an approach proposed by Salina Tennis Alliance to raise funds and fund construction of the project. We also entered into an agreement between the city and STA. We kind of spelled out the details of designing the project, putting it out to bid, construction, and then ultimately turning over ownership back to the city. So all that's underway. And then as that progress was being made, Salina Tennis Alliance was forward thinking in terms of wanting to hit the ground running in as far as operation and scheduling and use of the complex. So they also then broached the subject of operation and management of the complex that should be built here pretty soon and open later this year. So they are related in that they all relate to the complex, but we certainly had conversations confirming that the decision as it relates to operation and management of the facility is not a condition of Salina Tennis Alliance's commitment to go forward with the complex. And I'll let them speak to that in greater detail. So it might have made a little bit easier, more logical sense to bring forward the action item that you have on today's agenda related to naming rights, get the project under construction, and then come back and talk about operation and maintenance. But given kind of the dates as they were falling with installation of new elected officials, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, holiday, January 31st being the 5th Monday, it quickly started to look like getting before you in study session on this topic was going to roll into February if we weren't careful. So it all kind of came to a head in today's meeting. As part of the conversation that we've had with Salina Tennis Alliance about their vision for operation and management of the tennis complex, I felt like it would be appropriate and useful for staff to give you a little bit of background about how we approach other sports. There's not one uniform model in terms of what we do in the way of programming, staffing, and supporting of different sports activities. And so I asked Jeff Hammond to kind of review our operations and prepare that overview for you. So the intention would be to have him walk you through that and then turn the floor over to representatives of Salina Tennis Alliance to talk to you about their project and their proposal. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff Hammond, Interim Parks Director.
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon. Today was a great day for tennis outside. As Mr. Schrage said, we have a proposed operating model brought to you by Salina Tennis Alliance, but first we're going to go through some of our existing facilities, how we operate those, how we manage those. First slide is if the Salina Tennis Complex did not have an operating agreement, what would our status quo look like? It would be open to the public. We would take reservations for tournaments and possibly rentals, just like we do with our existing tennis facilities. It'd be maintained by city staff. Our bathrooms would be cleaned by city staff. Any and all turf, grass would be maintained by park staff. Repairs to the facility, court surfacing, netting, any of the amenities would be done by city staff as well, and utilities would be paid for by staff. On the next slide, Salina Fieldhouse. The facility is open to the public during posted hours and programmed for drop-in opportunities. City maintains the facility. Reservations for tournaments, practices, rentals, and parks and recreation programming are part of our operation. Bathrooms are cleaned by city facility staff and recreation part-time staff, specifically during rentals and for tournaments on the weekends. Mowing and turf maintenance done by city park staff. Repairs to facility, court surfacing equipment done by city staff, and utilities paid by city staff. Salina Fieldhouse hosts anywhere between 18 to 22 tournaments per year. 2020 was an odd year due to the pandemic. We had 12 tournaments that year. And the facility is managed by recreation staff members who are city employees. Baseball, softball, Bill Burke Park and Berkeley Family Recreation Area. Facilities are open to the public. City maintains the facility. Reservations for tournaments, practices, rentals, and parks and recreation programming are done by city staff. Bathrooms are cleaned by city maintenance, city field maintenance staff. Mowing and turf maintenance done by city park staff. Repairs to facility, surfacing equipment done by city facilities, field maintenance staff, and utilities are paid by the city. Bill Burke and Berkeley Family host 25 to 33 tournaments per year. and you can see in 2020 we had 12 tournaments total. Facility oversight by the recreation staff member, by a recreation staff member. Keep in mind as well, in 2020 during that pandemic year, we did have baseball and softball going on. We had a lot of outside groups running it on our behalf. We did not operate leagues and our own programming that summer. For soccer at the Magnolia Soccer Complex, very similar to what I've already said for the other facilities. Facilities are open to the public. City maintains that facility. Reservations are done by city staff. Bathrooms cleaned by field maintenance staff. Mowing and turf maintenance done by city park staff. Repairs, equipment surfacing done by city facilities and field maintenance staff. Utilities are paid by the city. The facility is oversaw by a recreation staff member, and we host up to 1 or 2 tournaments per year at that complex. Kenwood Cove, next slide. Facility is open to the public during seasonally available hours. It does require payment for admission, for day passes, memberships. Programming is paid for programming, swim lessons, water walking, etc. The city does maintain that facility. Parks and Rec programming primarily in the morning and the evening. Bathrooms are cleaned by the recreation part-time staff and supported by facility staff when needed. Mowing and turf maintenance done by city park staff. Repairs to the facility operations and equipment done by city staff. Utilities paid for the city. Our attendance is anywhere between 75,000 and 80,000 per year. This past summer, it was 81,000 people. And facility is managed by a recreation staff member. Salina Municipal Golf Course. Facility is open to the public for publicly available hours for daily green fees, members, and programming. The city maintains that facility. Bathrooms cleaned by facilities maintenance staff and golf staff. Mowing and turf maintenance are done by the city's golf maintenance staff. Repairs to that facility, operations and equipment are done by city staff. Utilities paid for by the city. Rounds played at the golf course, 34,345. And again, facility is managed by recreation staff members. What we have at the Salina Municipal Golf Course is the First Tee program, which is a youth and teen instructional program. And it's in a partnership with the First Tee, which is a national organization. First Tee has an operational agreement with the city of Salina to create a public-private partnership. We started that in the year 2000, and we recently renewed that in 2015 for a 15-year agreement. The First Tee books 400 sessions per year, resulting in 225 to 250 unique participants on an average year. The city hires 1 full-time staff to fundraise and provide First Tee oversight, and several part-time staff to provide that programming for the First Tee. The First Tee reimburses the city for direct payroll of that 1 full-time staff member and the associated benefits of that full-time staff member. It also reimburses the city for the part-time staff used to instruct First Tee programming. It also, any recreation supplies that are incurred, they also reimburse us for that as well. First Tee has also assisted in funding facility improvements, a 6-hole golf course. 6-hole short course at the golf course, and recently the Joe Milbrat Pavilion, which is a recently constructed project. First Tee funds are privately raised and has had a positive partnership with the city. And our last slide would be, we do have a long-term agreement with Salina Community Theater and Salina Arts Center. These facilities are not City of Salina facilities. The city provides typical custodial duties to both of those facilities. We provide maintenance services as well, including HVAC, roofing, pest control, water heating system, sewer, things like that. But the programming and public access of that building are maintained by others. City provides snow removal for the community theater because it's adjacent to a park. Turf maintenance at the community theater. Again, it's adjacent to Founders Park. Utilities are paid for by the city, and the facility, the facility is overseen by others, by the community theater staff or the arts center staff. I just wanted to give you a quick rundown. I wanted to point out, which I did not point out, that the first tee model is most comparable to the model that may be proposed by Salina Tennis Alliance, and I would like to hand over the conversation with them at this time for the representatives of Salina Tennis Alliance.
Clark Renfro, Salina Tennis Alliance. Thanks, Jeff. So we come before you today to discuss what a management operations model will look like under the guidance of Salina Tennis Alliance. Give you a little background. I know there's two new commissioners. We've been at this process for roughly 4 years, identifying the fact that we've got issues within our public tennis court facilities that needed to be addressed. Hence, here we are today getting this facility built. So first and foremost, when we came before the city with this public-private partnership idea, was specifically to address the actual tennis court issue problem. And with that, we also looked at various operating models. And early on, we had conversations with the city that, hey, it would be nice. At that time, we were a grassroots effort known as Salina Net Generation. We were not a formally organized 501c3. It was purely a grassroots effort, but approached and saying, hey, it would be great as you create this facility to also manage and operate it. And that would be an ideal scenario. But at that point, we did not have the resources to do that. Our primary focus was get the courts built, but also looking at operating models because we knew that was an important part of this process. So fast forward roughly 12 months, 18 months ago, we, through partnerships specifically with JRI, that was part of our effort, we began to coordinate opportunities to manage and operate a facility with the resources needed to do that at an elite level. And again, two separate focuses here. Primarily, first, the initiative was to get the courts built. Secondarily is how do we maximize the use of this facility? And I think our group has talked with the entities that Jeff presented up there, what's worked in the past, how's that worked in other areas, what's good, bad, and ugly, how can we build upon that and make this something that not only is an investment and a resource for Salina, but also bringing in activity, both competitive and tournament level, and also recreationally from a programming perspective. So today we're going to go over how that will look and feel, and how our approach, I think, will be first and foremost in the best interest of the city of Salina. Again, Salina Tennis Alliance, our initial effort was Salina Net Generation, a grassroots effort, volunteers getting together, donors, building a pool of money to be able to bring this to the city to say, hey, this can work. We want to build a public-private partnership, and this is how it will look. As we progressed, we began to enter into an agreement with the city that we knew we had to create a 501c3. So with that, Salina Net Generation is a USTA program that they've copyrighted and used for a number of years, and they suggested, hey, if you form something in a 501c3, you might consider a different name. We felt Salina Tennis Alliance, purely from a collaborative effort with every entity in Salina that's supporting this, from the city to the school district to Kansas Westland to the private sector, that it truly was an alliance of a community effort to bring this forward. So we felt that was the best name and the best approach for that. So that's how Salina Tennis Alliance is where it is today. The focus for us, again, is to get the courts built, but we want this entity to be sustainable, certainly from a management operation perspective, but also build advocacy locally to bring in donors' contributions to support not only this effort, but tennis in Salina to grow the game. It's a sport that arguably is one of the strongest sports, if not the strongest this town has had for over 60-plus years, and that's all been through volunteers, effort, nothing formal. We feel this is similar to what Baseball Enterprises has done on the baseball side, is collaboratively bring together a 501c3 that can really generate the interest and the funds to be able to sustain this and also work with the city to build this for the long haul. So what I'm going to do, kind of go over this next step. There's a couple slides here I want to get into. This is just some pictures here of the facility that will also look as Salina Tennis Alliance is leveraged and bring the pool of resources to make this happen. The support locally has been overwhelmingly positive, and I know I've spoken to this group before. It's been a joy to see what the community has done to support this, not only with the dollars, but also with the interest in the ways to make this the best possible facility that we can make it. So you look at here, we've got 12 courts with lights, repurposing the pool house that was formerly the municipal pool house, and directly across the street from our civic event center. The next slide, you're going to see a few more pictures. Go back real quick, I'm sorry. There's a part there up in that's a hitting wall. If you look at that half court there, that's a hitting wall that we have, similar to what we have in Oakdale. That's used a lot for instruction, warm up. So that's a key part of this facility as well. So next slide. And then that's just looking east from the tennis facility, the old pool house. All courts will be lighted. You've got 12 courts with lights. You'll have seating, shade. There's a shelter house there. So you've got all the amenities there to hold both a recreational and competitive venue that makes it really second to none. Next slide. And then that's looking west to the facility right there, that shelter house there. Perfect for tournament play, holding kind of a center spot for draws and check-in, that sort of thing, in addition to the old pool house as well. And nice walkways there to get around the facility. Next slide. Okay. At this point, I'm going to turn this over to Liz Bothwell, and Lynn's going to talk a little bit more on specifically why Salina Tennis Alliance and how this will look and feel with the city of Salina. So Liz, I'll turn it over to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Clark. Good afternoon, Mayor Davis and Commissioners. My name is Liz Bothwell, and I am here today to introduce you to Salina Tennis Alliance's proposed community-oriented operational model for the new tennis facility. As residents of Salina, we are very fortunate to have a complex of this caliber being built right in our own backyards. As you know, we'll have 12 lighted hard courts, a hitting wall, and a clubhouse for the community to utilize for all kinds of tennis play. The benefits of tennis span far and wide across the community. According to the United States Tennis Association, tennis players benefit from stronger bones, reduced stress, weight loss, and new relationships within the community. Aside from these physical benefits of tennis, having a strong and accessible community program encourages the development of teamwork, social skills, sportsmanship, problem solving, and self-confidence within the community. With effective management of this new complex, these benefits can be felt throughout Salina and the region. Our proposal today covers community usage of the new tennis facility through accessible clinics, lessons, events, and court usage, in addition to usage for tournaments, mixers, and social play. Next slide. We feel that our model has the ability to emphasize the previously mentioned community benefits and more. As a nonprofit organization, we are driven by a shared passion for community impact through tennis, as evidenced in our involvement with raising the funds to construct this new facility. Next slide. STA is led by Clark Renfro and our experienced board of directors made up of community leaders and tennis players. In addition to our board, we have USPTA certified professionals on staff, like myself, with the knowledge to make this facility and tennis program a success for the community for years to come. Next slide. In order to have a successful program, we need more than just a world-class facility. We need community members with passion, knowledge, and expertise for the game. If there's one thing I'm passionate about, it's tennis. I've been a teaching pro for the past 7 years, and my love for the game has only grown in this time. from implementing scholarship programs for youth to helping manage a 60-court municipal facility to running numerous programs, clinics, and tournaments. My goal has always been to reach as much of the community as possible with tennis. Next slide. STA's proposed model is a very low-risk option for the city of Salina. We will be fully responsible for the new facility's operations, management, and maintenance. STA will be responsible for employing, managing, and supervising all staff necessary to utilize this new complex to its full potential. Next slide. In order to give the city a level of oversight on this facility, we will be developing an annual plan for the city to approve. This will give the city a chance to oversee any financial expenditures and ensure that programming meets the city's standards for growing tennis in Salina. This annual plan will include an overview of expected budget, programming, leagues, tournaments, and any maintenance projects for the year. Next slide. Funding for operating the facility will come from a mix of community support, donations, grants, and a city contribution. As we are able to increase the revenue generated, the city contribution would be offset. Potential sources of revenues include league revenue, sales revenue, lesson and clinic fees, and grants and donations. Next slide. Since our goal here is not to turn a profit and instead provide a service to the community, any net revenues would be retained within STA for future use for maintenance, scholarships, and programming. One of the largest benefits of being a nonprofit is that we qualify for many grants from the USTA and other organizations that include free or reduced rackets, balls, nets, and other equipment for new players. Next slide. In order to calculate our proposed budget, I use the demographics of Salina and the surrounding areas, including current youth enrollment in area schools and current involvement in tennis in Salina. I also utilize my prior experience with running programs and tournaments to produce very conservative figures on court fees, lessons, tournaments, leagues, and programming revenue. Next slide. Part of calculating these numbers was deciding on an operating season. Since these courts are outdoors, it will be difficult for the citizens to utilize this facility year-round, especially during the coldest and snowiest parts of the year. STA decided that a feasible operating season is from March 1st to November 1st, which is approximately 8 months. During this time, the facility will be staffed an average of 10 hours per day, depending on the weather and any holidays occurring during this time. If for some reason the facility is not staffed during playable hours, the gates will be open and the usage of courts will be free to the public. Next slide. During the proposed operating season, 6 first-come, first-served courts will be available to the community at no charge, amounting to over 10,000 hours of free court time. When this is coupled with the 4 courts at Jerry Ivy Park, we would actually have 10 free public courts for the community to use. The remaining 6 courts at the new facility will be open for reservations or walk-ons for a small fee of $5 per hour of play. Next slide. One of the core tenets of our operational model is that we will provide high quality and affordable programming to adult and youth of all ages and skill levels, from the first-time recreational player to the more advanced competitive players. Next slide. Our junior programming will be year-round and will include fun summer camps. In order to make tennis attractive to all ages and levels, we will provide scaled-down equipment in accordance with the USTA's recommendations. Next slide. Using scaled equipment based on the player's height and experience encourages Salina's youth to pick up and stick with tennis because the fundamentals are way easier to grasp. Court size, net height, ball size, bounce height, and racket length are all adjusted to promote proper form and make tennis easier to learn. Next slide. A huge part of actually getting area youth out on the tennis court for the first time is community outreach. Through partnerships with area schools, the Parks and Rec Department, local youth programs, and through neighborhood outreach and events, we will be able to reach every corner of the community. We also plan to utilize the same program registration system as the Parks and Rec Department, called Civic Rec. Doing this will help make the community more aware of our program offerings. If a parent goes to sign up their child for football, baseball, or soccer, they will see that tennis is now offered at a very affordable price and decide to give it a try as well. Next slide. For adults, we will also offer programming for all experience levels, from the new players to the competitive players. In order to reach as much of the community as possible, different kinds of clinics will be offered on varying days and times. In addition to this weekly programming, we will also offer fun recreational mixers and events some Friday nights and weekends. Next slide. Our program pricing structure is aligned to reflect our ultimate goal of making tennis affordable and accessible to all members of this community. We are able to keep fees low through the utilization of available grants, community sponsors, donations, and support. Next slide. In addition to providing our programs at an already affordable rate, we will also offer scholarships funded by donations and sponsors in order to create an accessible program that everybody is able to enjoy. Next slide. Aside from clinics and lessons, we will also offer opportunities for leagues and social play. Leagues in particular encourage the social and team aspects of tennis. We will offer both competitive and recreational leagues for adults and juniors. This will help make tennis more appealing to youth who would usually lean towards team sports such as football or soccer, and will also encourage involvement in their school teams. Next slide. Finally, we will host and offer a variety of tournaments, ranging from local and regional tournaments for adults and juniors to high school and college tournaments. Hosting tournaments in Salina will provide opportunities for local players that would not exist otherwise. Having to travel to Wichita or Kansas City to compete can be quite a burden on working parents or families with multiple kids. Likewise, holding college events here will help to inspire younger players by providing them with opportunities to watch high-level tennis in person. The benefit of hosting tournaments here also spans across the community outside of tennis. The economic impact and increase in tourism to Salina can be felt across area restaurants, hotels, and businesses. To maximize this benefit, we will coordinate scheduling with the Salina Area Chamber of Commerce. Next slide. In conclusion, our operational model provides the City of Salina with the resources and expertise necessary to effectively utilize this facility at a cost that would be less than that of managing it in-house. It is imperative for this community that the new complex is successful right from the get-go, and the scheduling to make this possible needs to begin soon. We need to hit the ground running, and the window to secure tournaments for this first year is rapidly closing, and interest in hosting college tournaments has already been expressed by the KCAC and the ITA. In order to host high school practices and tournaments, area schools also need to be aware of facility management and completion dates soon. Aside from tournaments, the coordination and implementation of programming can have a lead time of up to 6 months, especially in the case of a new facility like this one. It is important to ensure that the community has immediate access to programming and opportunities from the start in order to generate as much interest in tennis as possible. Next slide. Thank you, Mayor Davis and Commissioners, for your time today. It'd be my pleasure to help answer any questions you may have about our proposed model at this time.
Is there anyone else who's going to present?
Not from us, no.
Not on your behalf? Okay. Go ahead.
Well, as you know, a study session is not a format that we make formal final decisions, motions, and votes. But this is an opportunity to hear the proposal, provide some initial feedback. If there's a sense of consensus on your part as a governing body, that's helpful for staff then to kind of take this to the next step and proceed in the direction that you would like to give us. Jeff Hanman kind of walked you through the status quo and what we currently do. And so I guess I would offer 4 key decision points possibly that would be helpful. If you want to provide us direction on those, that would help us know how to proceed forward. At its most basic level is just your reaction to expanded programming. As Jeff indicated, the status quo is courts are there, they're open to the public, and that's it. We don't currently provide, with the exception of coordination on some possible tennis lessons at a private facility, we don't currently provide programming to this level. Not saying that's good or bad, that's just what our current service level is. So question number 1, I think, of you would be your level of interest of expanded programming in whatever that format might be. City staff, Salina Tennis Alliance, or some other provider. Then secondly, I think the question then becomes, do you have a preference or do you have any feedback about whether it should be city in-house, assuming that you think we should pursue expanded programming? Do you have feedback about whether that should be city or whether we should look at contracting it out in some way? Then the next progression, I think, is funding level. The simplicity of the status quo is there was no funding planned for programming. We anticipated that we would be responsible for the complex, and in all honesty, everything that Salina Tennis Alliance is doing in the way of fundraising really was addressing an issue that we were struggling to address from a capital improvement budgeting standpoint. Our facilities were dated and in disrepair to the point that the surfaces weren't stable, and trying to repair them was going to be very costly. What Salina Tennis Alliance is doing in terms of raising funds, building this facility, is getting that base surface constructed with post-tension concrete, which is a huge step forward in terms of securing that surface long-term. Then our maintenance responsibilities become painting the surface as needed, repairing and replacing nets and more typical maintenance than that overwhelming facility replacement item that we were struggling with. So hats off to Salina Tennis Alliance and their fundraising efforts. But nonetheless, as it relates to this programming model, there is a funding request that has been raised, and the question is, your receptivity to that. And lastly, I think the fourth decision point is, if we progress forward, do you want to go into direct negotiations with Salina Tennis Alliance, or do you feel some obligation to conduct more of a competitive selection proposal type process? The more typical approach on a more typical type acquisition would be some type of competitive solicitation, whether that's a piece of equipment or a known quantity, then it's more price oriented. If it's a service, it might be a request for qualifications or a request for proposals, but you're not necessarily locked into that in terms of the governing body. And I think there are some unique aspects to this in terms of Salina Tennis Alliance's role to get us to this point, their willingness to approach this as a not-for-profit model rather than a for-profit model. I don't want to speak too much for Salina Tennis Alliance, and they're certainly welcome to correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a willingness on their part to direct any proceeds gained back to this operational model. So if it generates revenue in the short run, that's committed back to this model. If it generates profit in the long run, that's generated back to this programming as well. I think that probably does create a uniqueness that you could, as a governing body, say, we want to enter into direct conversations on that basis, more so than if it were kind of a straight-up competitive proposal among private service for-profit providers. So I'll stop there, but as a recap, I guess the questions that I would have for you, and this may prompt questions of the Salina Tennis Alliance, is, number one, your receptivity to expanded programming. Number two, whether you have an opinion about whether that should be city-provided or whether you're open to contracting for that in some way. Number three, a city funding level, if any, what your thoughts are on that. And then lastly, entering into direct negotiations versus some type of competitive selection process. I know that's a lot of information, but I'll stop there and be happy to try to answer questions.
That's a much better summary than I could possibly have come up with. I guess at first want to ask if there are just any straight-out questions about any information that we've heard just now. Just no particular order of importance, just start at the left and work down to the right.
I guess my first question would be to Liz. Could you give us a little bit of your background, and is this model something that you've worked with before?
Sure. So I've been a teaching pro for 7 years, like I've said. I'm USPTA certified, which is the only accredited professional teaching association in the country. Previous to moving to Salina, I was in Mobile, Alabama, where I helped manage a 60-court municipal facility. And we actually had 3 different tennis centers, so about 75 courts total. And with that, I was really into kind of community outreach, going to schools, doing school visits, trying to put tennis in different schools' curriculums for PE, and encouraging those kids to come out and play tennis, whether that was just free on their own or in a structured clinic or a lesson. And then I moved here about 3 months ago and hoping to kind of get the same program going here for Salina.
And I guess this is probably a question for Jeff. Do we currently have a tennis league that's sponsored by the city?
We do not have a tennis league that's part of Parks and Recreation, no.
Okay. I guess you want me to just keep asking questions?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, keep going, yeah.
One of the questions I had is, because you're looking at funding from the city, I guess, did I understand right that the Tennis Alliance would be responsible for upkeep of the facilities? That'd be cleaning bathrooms, mowing, all that type of stuff that goes with the tennis complex?
Clark, do you want to answer that one?
I'm going to walk all the way up here and say to be determined, but we have talked about that. We've talked about maintenance. We've talked about working with the city on mowing and kind of whose responsibility is whom. And I think that, again, is to be determined. How do we best utilize those resources? But we've looked at various models, and I think there's a lot of different options there.
Yeah, because I guess just speaking out loud and just speaking for myself, if we were looking at the Tennis Alliance to be in charge and basically maintaining the facility for whatever, it would make sense that part of our contribution would be offset by what we would have city staff doing, whether it's cleaning restrooms, having to mow the grounds and that type of stuff.
Sure,
So
sure.
I think that would be something that I would probably lean towards just off the top of my head.
Sure.
And then I guess another question while you're up, I noticed that you talked about during regular hours, you would have 6 of the courts open to the public. Is there a reason that 9 or 12 of them wouldn't be open and then those would be shut down if they were reserved or if there was a tournament or something going on?
Yeah, I think part of that is just the model in which, there's the revenue stream in which to support something like this. Our intent from the get-go was to make these courts public and available to everyone
But
in
I
this
guess my
model. But
question is,
no,
would all 12 be open if there wasn't?
at some point, I think we're looking at that. And there'll be certain days of the week or certain times where that would be available. But certainly looking at those different options. And I think a question was asked at one point, will you rotate those courts? Which courts will be available? Will it be the same 6? I think you have an opportunity, the way they're configured, you've got 3 pods or 4 pods of 3 courts, and to kind of rotate that. But that's certainly something that we'll look at and how that will look and feel weekends versus weeknights.
I understand, and I like the idea of generating revenue for the 501c3, but I guess my question is, I don't want to be able to drive by and see 6 courts locked up and 6 being used and people waiting to get
Sure,
onto those courts,
sure.
I guess, if
Yeah.
they're not being.
Nor would we, and I think that's
Okay.
that's certainly something. We want to promote the game of tennis, and we want to make sure that's available and accessible to everyone. Keep in mind, we've got the 4 courts at Jerry Ivy that will also be made available to the public as part of this partnership. But certainly, we want to make sure courts are getting used in an effort that will promote the game and certainly provide the revenue stream as well that will continue to make this work.
And I guess I'll look to staff on this last question is, we're looking at, if we were to do something like this, it would be an annual agreement that would be reviewed annually then for,
Yes.
at least initially.
Right. If you give us direction that you want us to proceed, the first thing we're going to have to do is kind of reduce to writing that first pass at the agreement, and then we can build into that both a kind of an operational review and a financial review. And we can make it clear on the outset that your annual contributions subject to review. And I think assuming that this is implemented long-term, there's probably some growing pains till things start to settle in, and then it might get a little bit more predictable. But we certainly can build an annual review into that.
And I guess my last question was, I said that was my last one. So Liz would be an employee or would work for the Salina Tennis Alliance?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Correct.
I actually had a question. I'll come back to the phrase "hit the ground running." I'm assuming that time is a factor, especially when dealing with contractors, so sooner the better would be my assumption. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is a correct assumption. So when we've entered, as we were about to enter into the agreement with the contractor, roughly 5 months to complete, pending and contingent upon weather. So we're in all likelihood, we'll have these courts by summer, August timeframe, July timeframe. But that's not too far off. The critical part of this is to basically establish this partnership or this relationship to be able to get programming, to get tournaments, and be able to, day one, have all that ready to roll. You delay that process, then you delay the opportunity to really get that day one in place. And like Liz had mentioned, we've already been contacted by KCAC on events there, as well as we've been in contact with USD 305 as a partner, and Missouri Valley and Keisha. So timing is of the essence, and so if this is pushed out a ways, then we run the risk of not having that opportunity. So,
Understood. Thank you.
Commissioner Ryan.
Well, the other commissioners have touched on most of my interests. I assume from what's being said that the courts are going to be generously available to the public at large. I mean, on the free side of that, however the agreement works out, 6 and 6 sounds okay to me, but that's an important thing to me. And the annual agreement thing is what I'd like to hear. I think you bring a lot of expertise to the community, and we need to take advantage of that. But there'll be some give and take that needs to happen, so I like that feature of the annual agreement. One thing that occurs to me is that there are pickleball players and there's some form of soccer that's played on tennis courts. Are you envisioning this as just purely tennis, or will there be other opportunities to use that space for an alternate activity?
Yeah. So the plan is to make it exclusive for tennis. And our group has talked to facilities all across the country. And there's some that do exclusive, others that have a little bit of mix. We felt for Salina and the need here was to address tennis. And so that's what we want to do. There is talk, and this is purely different from what our agenda is, but utilizing Oakdale Park in some form or fashion for perhaps a venue like that for pickleball or
And I
something.
think we have some locations around the community and the other parks where there are existing tennis courts,
Sure.
where those activities have been taken up. Yeah, I'm proud of you and the amount of money that you've been able to raise, and I think that gives you, as a 501c, an important leg up, in my opinion, on why we should work with you to manage this facility.
So if I can jump in for 1 second, I want to make sure to manage some pickleball expectations while we're at it. We went into this conversation about the condition of our existing surfaces and sincerely made an assessment of, can they be reclaimed? Can we make some minor investment in them and have them be playable as tennis courts? And concluded, that's just spending good money after bad. I don't know that changes for pickleball. There is a lot of conversation about, now that we've moved tennis off this surface, let's turn it into a pickleball court. The difficulty is, we've objectively said we're at the end of the useful life of those surfaces. So there are conversations. There's private interest and a little bit of conversation about fundraising for pickleball possibly, and we're certainly looking at locations. So we could end up in a current tennis location, but I don't want to create the expectation that we're just going to paint pickleball lines on those surfaces we just got done saying are not good enough quality for tennis. They still aren't good quality until we address them comprehensively somehow.
Commissioner Longby.
Yes, when you do get to day one and it's tournament time, is your staff going to be responsible for getting the courts cleaned up, ready to play?
Yeah, that'll be part of that maintenance and ensure that those are, we hope day one, we're just coming off construction, they're going to be, they're going to have to be ready to play.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm talking about in the future when there's debris on the
sure,
courts and stuff.
absolutely. That would be part of I see that part of our role in maintaining those. And the other thing I'll mention, we've talked about a lot of deferred maintenance and how we got to where we are today because of that issue. And the intent with our proposal is to ensure that we don't run into that problem again. And so you've got donors that have really stepped up, and the last thing they want to see is us being in this boat again, where we're not able to, the city or whomever is not able to hold that into the bargain again. So we owe it to not only the city of Salina, but also the private sector that stepped up and put money and invested in this to ensure that we're taking care of these things and we have the money to be able to resurface, which is typically about every 5 to 10 years, to make these courts last multiple lifetimes.
So if I can, I'd encourage you to talk a little bit, and not to put words in your mouth, about the likelihood of kind of ongoing support if it's a STA nonprofit model.
Sure.
Yeah, if that's helpful. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Yeah, no, that is something that we envision as our 501c3 Salina Tennis Alliance is being an active role in bringing in donations to support this facility and the game. And you've got a strong support base here in Salina to do that. And the opportunity for us to bring that to the table certainly exists.
As far as the stakeholders in the alliance, the school district and Wesleyan, or how much are they involved in this?
So I can't speak for either party, but they've been involved in this initiative from day one and certainly are supportive of this effort to manage and operate the facility.
Okay. And another issue, the parking. for the facility, is it going to be primarily in the parking to the east?
Yeah, there, I don't know if we have a picture. There is part of our plan, there was requirements that we had to have X amount of stalls there that are, I think, on the north side, and then you've got perimeter parking all around that footprint.
So it'll be primarily the T-Pack parking?
Well, you've got T-Pack parking, but you also, Commissioner, you've got the parallel parking around that perimeter there that you can park as well.
Along the river?
Yeah, but along Midway, as that spot in between the T-Pack and these courts.
Yeah. I don't know if there's plans to possibly pave parking along the, I don't know how that's going to
Yeah, so I'll show.
roll with the river project, but
Yeah, we talked with them, and that's been part of our conversations to coordinate, potential future development there. And so they've been in direct conversation with us during this process, and Mike can maybe speak better of that. But during the whole preliminary talks and prep, they've been in conversation with us to address that. So we're not having to redo something here 5 to 10 years down the road.
right. Okay. Thank you.
If you would, you might also speak to JRI and to the country club and that working relationship too, please.
Yeah, so JRI has been a huge supporter of this, as well as other businesses.
What
And
is that? I just didn't know what JRI, I may know it by the,
JRI is a local, and I can have Jason, maybe Jason Ingermanson speak more of that. And Jason is the owner of that business, have been deeply rooted in community efforts here. And so they've really been a big partner with us and in Salina Tennis Alliance to be able to help bring a lot of this to fruition. So JRI, again, I can have Jason speak to this if you like, and he can kind of give you more in-depth of who JRI is, but you'll know many of the companies here in town that they oversee. So, Jason.
Hi, folks. Jason Ingermanson with JRI. So I founded JRI in Salina in 2003, and we've operated many businesses here in town, and we live in town, and we're a huge advocate for the city of Salina and areas around Salina, small towns around Salina, just because I grew up here and this is where we do business, so it's exciting. We do operate in 15 states, whether it's Freddy's Frozen Custard and Steak Burgers, Chompy's Deli. We have rental properties. We do many, many things, as well as we still operate our family farm today. So part of what we're focused on is community initiatives, such as the country club. So from a standpoint of, we believe that the Salina Country Club was something that would be very positive to continue to exist in Salina and really change the model of what that is to being something that members can be proud of to be a part of because of what the country club does for the city and the way it can give back into the community and not just be a membership place or some place where folks gather. But if you were a member and you paid a due and you lived in Arizona for half the year, you'd be proud that you pay those dues even though you don't use it because of the support that it gives back into the city of Salina. So as we've done that, as well as, we've done a redevelopment project with some of our restaurants on Crawford Street, the original Grande on the corner is getting ready to open, Mocha's Cafe. So we kind of also bought an area there on Crawford of real estate, noticing that that area was really starting to look kind of drab in our city, considering that it's one of the more highly active areas. So, our process is to take the success that we've had in our businesses and find things in the community to approach and attach ourselves to give back and make better and to leave Salina a better place than where we found it. And the excitement about tennis is to be able to provide those same things for youth sports, some of the same programs that we're running through the country club and all those things, where there's no connection with the country club and the Salina Tennis Alliance. There is a connection from the standpoint of we operate sports facilities and we do sports things. We also operate businesses, so we have a large track record of operating agreements, whether they're with restaurants or with whatever businesses they are. And the focus here, when Clark first approached me of being a supporter of the tennis project, is that we're completely open to support that and give money towards it. My longer term vision and concern is what does that look like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now? So to sit down to find talented folks like Liz and bring them in even before we knew if we'd operate it, but to make that upfront investment so we knew that we could hit the ground running for the stockholders or the folks that have donated and contributed for this tennis facility, the focus has been to make sure that we have a maintenance program in place. The 501c3 was a great process because it continues to allow us to raise money to make sure that if there's facility downfalls or what have you, it doesn't just fall on the city. It falls on the hands of the citizens that really drove this initiative to begin with. But at the same time, while they've trusted us with our money to build the facility, we also want them to trust us to operate that facility and make it really well so that it does generate income, and that income's put back into the facility for the long-term preventative maintenance so that we don't land 5, 6, 10 years down the road and we're just starting over again. So this whole program is completely rounded to focus on taking our operational experience tied in with the community that's trusted Clark and the team to raise the funds, and the partnership with the city, and to work with the city and the partnership to sit down and look at that agreement and kind of make sure that it's the best for Salina from the city's perspective as well as our perspective as the Salina Tennis Alliance. So that's a little bit of my history as far as how I started business here and kind of how I got introduced to Clark in relations to the project, and I'm completely available for any questions you have or detailed questions that could specifically give you more information on how we might see that vision of that working in order for it to be a great working partnership and looked at annually with an annual plan with the city, so that at the end of that annual plan, we all have a pretty good idea of what costs these things could be incurred on not only city, but for us, what value, like you said, in regards to, well, if you've already got someone mowing the grass across the street, seems like a great resource or partnership from the city to the Salina Tennis Alliance would be for the city to maybe take that piece of the mowing or the maintenance where we're on site day to day making sure that, hey, we see that there's some issues going on with this court. Let's get in front of it and fix it so it's not a huge expense 2 years from now, where the city just going in and doing, general maintenance such as mowing and such may not identify that. So we're trying to make a really good partnership with the city in order to make sure that, we're well-rounded and we're proactive in regards to these things. And we also bring the ability to continue to create funding, through the donors and perhaps other donors as they continue to grow up. And who knows, as we continue to look at folks that want to learn tennis or may want to learn tennis or don't even know they want to learn tennis, but because we provide scholarships and those types of things to young folks, and they grow up and they become successful and live the dream of creating a great business in town, and they want to then become a donor and continue this thing on and on and on because of that great foundation that we created. So with that, I'll let you ask any further questions if you have them for me. So
I have some questions. I'm not sure. Probably most of them would be for Clark, but
that's fine with me.
don't leave the room.
Come on up, Clark. Thank
Or
you.
as they say on Matlock, you're still under oath. Okay. These questions aren't necessarily in any order of importance, but I'm just trying to do the devil's advocate thought processing, and just knowing how agreements start out and how they end up. Just want to get some things squared away. Now, in the brochure, it says you'd be fully responsible for the new facilities, operations, and maintenance. Am I to include deferred maintenance as well? And I don't know what could happen. I'm trying to think of a catastrophic event for a tennis court, a tree falling, a lightning bolt hitting, and just disintegrating a court. Would you envision that responsibility for repairing that would fall on your hands or the city's because we are the legal owners of the property?
Go first, and then.
Well, thanks, Mike. I don't know the answer to that. I think, you've got something outside of our control. One thing that primarily is damaging to courts is misuse, and that's getting in there when people shouldn't be in there. And that's what's happened today. They're available 24/7, but there's no oversight, and people are not playing tennis on them a lot of times, and hence you've got problems. There's more problems to our courts than just that, the existing courts. But that's primarily what a entity like Salina Tennis Alliance is can have some oversight and be able to. The way we've set the design up is you have security fencing in there. So they're not going to be available 24/7. We have oversight on that. We'd have hours. We'd work with the city on how best to utilize that. There's lighting there so you can play at night. You've got opportunities for security lighting and others. So as long as we're taking care of that, those other things, while could happen, are unlikely. I don't have the answer to that. If lightning strikes and it blows up a court, what happens there? I don't know. Mike?
Right.
Or is there
I
tennis
agree.
court insurance?
Well, that's where I was headed. I mean, number one, I agree with Clark's comments. We've had a lot of conversation about security, vandalism, and just being completely frank, I think my biggest concern, and I think staff's biggest concern, is everything from BMX bikes to skateboards to people, just hanging on the nets and horsing around. And that's where the security lighting and some oversight on the part of someone being there on a more regular basis helps. Someone shared an observation that this facility kind of stands alone. So there's the premise that you should be there for the purpose of tennis. If someone observes people there not playing tennis, that might catch your attention. Having said that, they're not going to have someone there 24/7 to observe that. The other thing with respect to catastrophic events, it would be our facility, it'd be our ownership. We would insure it, as some of you know from our past conversation. Deductibles on our insurance become an issue. We are at a $50,000 deductible level per location. So we have a wind event, we have a $50,000 deductible per location, which can get in our pocket pretty quickly. But if it's truly catastrophic and it's insurance related, there's an opportunity there. I mean, one scenario, and it may seem odd, but we see it in our system quite a bit, is people losing control and hitting a building, hitting something in our system with their vehicle. We have a risk manager, and we have a program in place where we pursue those people and try to subrogate against them to have their insurance pay for those kind of damages. So it really just kind of varies on what the source of the damage might be.
Right, because, just remembering our discussions with baseball, we started out at the very beginning saying, well, there'll be a plan for, not resurfacing, but refielding, returfing, and then it kind of got shifted towards us. I just wanted to get as much of this, and if we go into negotiations, just put it on the list as something to negotiate clearly.
That's definitely a good point, and one of the things that's encouraging to me as it relates to tennis, and I don't want to make too much of it, but is the post-tension concrete construction of these courts. I think that's probably the biggest ticket item, and that form of construction should cause these surfaces to have a lot better life without as much deferred maintenance. I think we then are into painting the surfaces on a recurring basis, maintaining the nets, but those aren't as big ticket of an item as creating a new surface, putting in new turf for a baseball field, those kind of things.
Will there be some quantification of how often these 6 courts will be available to the public at large? I mean, I like the way it looks on the paper, but, is that 6 courts per day, per average day over the course of a year, or are there going to be weeks where there are no courts
Well, the
available?
plan is to have 6 courts available at all times. There's going to be times where we're going to have events, no different than
Right, but
the
big
Muni
tournament,
Golf Course where they got to shut it down for an event.
Right.
So there'll be times, but the nice thing about that, Commissioner, Mayor, is you've got Jerry Ivy courts. So if there is an event that we have scheduled there'll be public court options for someone to go play on. Will they be available? I don't know, but that will be an option. So our intent is you've got parts of our population that don't have access to tennis. They don't have the means to go to a private club or a country club or something, and we want to reach out to those people and those families and those kids to be able to provide access to tennis courts.
Okay, so it's conceivable if a person could not get on one of the 6 open courts, they could reserve one of the other courts for $5 an hour?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right, and the charge looks like depends only on if you have a staff member present. Is there any difference between playing free or paying $5 an hour?
Yeah, I don't know logistically how that, I think
it's-
we can, that may be a little bit more detail, but we'll have a reservation system. There'll be ways to pay without having to deal with a human, just like you can buy movie tickets or whatever. So through online.
If it's helpful, I'll offer a couple of things. With Baseball Enterprises, the approach that we took was kind of a hierarchy of users, and we've already, the agreement that we have with Salina Tennis Alliance in place right now, it identifies tournaments, school practices, those type of things are priority users that may, reserve the entire facility. But there is a priority, there's also a value placed on access by the public. And then with respect to reservations, if there's someone there, I think that they help administer the reservations, but yeah, we may also see it kind of like our shelter house reservation process in the Parks Department. You can take your chances and show up, and if no one's using it, use it. But on the other hand, if we're not there, we can post that there is a reservation. So if you have a reservation and you show up, and it's in use, you can at least say, "That's my reservation. I made it, and I'm here to take advantage of it," and hopefully kind of resolve it amongst the users.
Right. And has our Parks and Recs had any tennis programs over the summer before?
Last programming we had was in 2019. That was in a partnership with Genesis, where we provided them the court space. They provided the instructor. We took fees, but then we passed those fees along back to Genesis.
So,
Pay for that instructor.
and I don't know if this has been determined, but if a parent was trying to find a tennis program for the summer, would they go through Parks and Recs to look this up, or would they have to know that Salina Tennis Association, I said that right, STA, how would a person know that that's the organization to
Right.
contact? Would that still come through Parks and Rec?
We would refer them to Salina Tennis Alliance. Currently, we don't have any proposed or planned tennis programming for this year
Yeah, I think
through Parks and Recreation.
I think what you'd see through our program guide and through our website is information about the tennis programming, and then it would link through to Salina Tennis Alliance and their reservation system.
So this is, it sounds obviously more than what we would have been planning to ramp up on our own as far as
Yeah.
programming. I mean,
Yes, very
much-
much so.
I would
Okay.
believe that would be
I
correct.
think I only got 3 more questions. Are hitting walls easy to construct? And the reason I'm asking, we're basically abandoning any neighborhood tennis courts that we have in town. And, as far as getting kids involved in tennis, they still need a place to practice. And they just can't always get a ride over to the central facility. And, they may have 25 minutes free between homework, and if there's a wall half a block away, they can go down there and play for 20 minutes. Is there any way to expand our reach back into the neighborhoods as far as just basic, I guess a hitting wall is about as basic as you can get, but
Yeah, I would challenge we're abandoning neighborhood courts. I think the only courts we're really abandoning are Sunset. We're keeping Jerry Ivy, and we're basically moving across the street from Oakdale. So you've got 3 courts really that aren't being used. So I wouldn't necessarily say we're abandoning neighborhood courts. To address your question on hitting wall, that hitting wall will be available. Jerry Ivy has a wall there as well that people can use. So that will be made available.
well, maybe I need to look at the other side of my coin and say maybe we should expand our reach back into neighborhoods and create some, if they're inexpensive. I have no idea what a hitting wall costs.
Well, I think the difficulty is, along with the hitting wall, is half of a tennis court. You've got to have that surface to go along with the hitting wall, and so that's where
You don't necessarily have to have that. So, I mean, you can get a wall, but, I mean, that certainly
you're
is
not going
help.
to do it on grass. I
Yeah,
mean, you're
yeah,
gonna have-
yeah. But
I'm
you can
thinking
get
of
on a
concepts
garage
from the
door.
East Coast, they were concrete in all directions. Probably wasn't good for you to land on, but
Well, a lot of them,
I learned to hit against the garage wall.
Yep.
yeah. There are some instances where you've got outdoor handball courts that people use as well, but those are all usually concrete.
and for our citizens who are watching our dollars, All told, the city will have put in about $850,000, either cash or services. How sustainable is your operational plan without the $40,000?
That would be
Contribution from the
difficult to,
city.
I think it'd be very difficult for us to pull that off. Yeah, we've got, you've got the expenses we've got, as Liz showed up on that, the expenses and revenue portion, that would be difficult for us to pull off without that.
Now, would you envision a situation in which if your annual income, if you're, it's like clearing $60,000 a year, that 40,000 be suspended?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I certainly think anything is certainly can be discussed, but that's a portion of that makes this work. But do we get a windfall of cash or something there? I mean, anything is possible. I think those are things that we can discuss. I don't have the answer for you right here.
I'm trying to think, what the value to the city of, if we were to stand up some type of tennis program, hiring a summer professional, just, what the equivalent expense to us would be, that we would have spent $40,000 a year anyway on. Because, as I said, we've put in $850,000 already, so it's not like we're not putting anything out. Granted, if we'd had to build the whole thing ourselves, we would have put in more. But just trying to figure where that balance
Yeah.
is.
Again, I'll kind of say on the tennis side, the city's putting $600 into our project. They put some expense into demoing a site that, whether it's our project or somebody else's, so necessarily putting that on the tennis project, yeah, they go hand in hand, but I can make an argument that that wasn't necessarily just directly, part of tennis. But that tended to be the case here because we came to the table with a solution. But and then they're putting some money into the clubhouse, or the tennis facility, old pool house. So, yeah, there's an opportunity there. I think long range to say, all right, what are some options there that we can look at?
Right.
But you look at other models, the municipal golf course. I mean, they're all they've got an element there of revenue that helps them work and maintain that facility. So we look to certainly emulate a lot of those aspects.
Although, the golf course, though, we really are more hands-on, with the exception of the first tee, but the golf
correct.
course itself,
The golf
hands-on
course itself
management,
operates as an enterprise fund, so it does its best to stand alone and break even. It doesn't necessarily do that, and it certainly doesn't do that when you factor in the investment we made in the irrigation system and some of those big ticket items. But on a year-to-year basis, we're trying to manage to a break-even standpoint, and I have to give some credit to Mike Hargrave, who's in the back of the room. We've been making solid progress in the last few years of having those numbers look better. Clark's right. Our investment in this particular project, they came to us when we entered into this initial agreement and asked for a city contribution towards their fundraising efforts of $600,000. I think we kind of looked at that as that was our contribution to what's now a $2.4 million improvement. It was leveraging their efforts to raise funds, and it was kind of getting our house in order. And we also then committed to demolition of the rodeo grounds and just basic site prep to have it ready for this project. And then when we talk about addressing the existing pool house, we made a financial commitment to that is targeted at taking those shower rooms that are, if you're familiar with those back in the day, they're pretty wide open, they're pretty open to the elements, trying to turn those into restrooms that show well, are enclosed, and they may not, they would be available the majority of the season. When it becomes necessary to winterize, we'd shut down the male and female units and make use of some smaller restroom facility off to the side that we could keep open year-round. So pretty basic investments on our part. I'm going on a little bit longer than you might like, but the reason we wanted to go over the, kind of the elements of everything else we do is expecting you were going to have this conversation. it's kind of a hybrid of what we've historically done for different sports. The reason we kind of targeted First Tee is the most analogous is it is a not-for-profit. It is them trying to provide programming above and beyond just open to the public play, instructional type things. I can't tell you the entire history of where they started to where they are now, but they're stood up and are a really good example of kind of standing alone and covering their own expenses and a good working relationship with the city. The other sports, we don't necessarily have a staff person dedicated to programming like Salina Tennis Alliance has described. We do have dedicated staff that are in the field house. We spend a lot of staff time supporting baseball and softball in terms of scheduling and umpires and putting teams together and mowing and maintenance. So we have, plenty of examples of a similar level of expense and investment, just not nearly as structured as what Salina Tennis Alliance might be describing here for lessons and leagues, and it's more kind of in support of operations, however each sport plays itself out.
Mayor Davis, one thing I would add is just being a part of Liz when she put together the financials and those things, and then also talking about that well-rounded package in partnership with the city in regards to the annual plan. We spoke earlier that if there is a profit made, that will go back into tennis and potentially the center, right? And it's kind of an annual plan that goes with that, or an annual agreement, at least to start off, is what we're looking at. So if there was excess funds, which I think was part of what you're asking, right, is there's 40,000 going into it from the city, but if you start profiting 60, would that 40 go away? That would be a discussion that we wouldn't just decide, or the city wouldn't just decide, potentially an agreement like that. What we would do is we get ready to sign up for the next year or talk about negotiations on the following year, and we'd say, hey, here's how we did. How best can this money be utilized? Is there some sort of a preventative maintenance that we should be responsible for first with that profit? Because again, we've put this together to make sure that we can proactively stay in front of preventative maintenance items. So I think that's an A priority. And then the next priority would be, of course, and these are both along with the city to be in agreement with us with this annual plan is hey, we profited $60,000, for example, last year. So going into next year, where is that $60,000 going to be allocated? Because as we've said, we're going to, put that into keeping this facility going. So it may be in a reduction to the city if the city and our group agrees that there's not some more important place for it to go. That's going to end up costing potentially the city down the road, like repairing a court or a fence or added security cameras or those types of things. So that's the great part about our operating model of the annual plan is truly a partnership. It's not sign it away and you guys take it. It's let's talk about and negotiate the important pieces of the agreement, like you spoke about earlier, some of the things that everyone's learned previously in other sports processes like this or other programs in the city. But to make sure that we look at all those things and we sit down, work together, and we all make decisions together that's best for tennis, but also may offset the city's costs or, may accent what we can do as a group to make tennis even better and even more profitable so that we can keep that going for a long period of time. The idea is to be so successful that it's a benefit to everyone, but most importantly, the citizens and youth folks in our community to be able to use that facility and there's some folks that don't have the opportunity to find out that they'd even be a good tennis player or a good baseball player or those types of things. And that's what I'm truly behind and why it's so important to me is because we want to go seek them out and hand them that opportunity with Liz going to schools and other areas in our community to say, hey, here, you might want to give this a try, and hey, we're going to give you a scholarship to try it out if you're interested.
And I have no problem with the mission. We just have to balance the budget.
I get it. I thought it'd be important to kind of state that, so.
Would we otherwise have $40,000 in Parks and Rec's budget to
Well, we didn't put it in this budget in anticipation of this, but, I don't want to be dismissive of that amount. But if you tell me it's a priority, we'll find a way and we'll make it happen.
And those are all things that we can help work out together as we go forward. If it's not possible, we still want this to be the best it can be. There may be a donor situation or what have you with the nonprofit, so.
Mayor Davis, I know city's wanting a recommendation from us, but I think we're going to run out of time, and I think we need to open it up for public comment probably. I see I don't know how many people out here, but if we give them 3 minutes apiece, we only got about 3 or 4 people are going to get a talk, so.
Thank you, good.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
I
Mr.
do have a
I'll still
question.
stay under oath.
Okay, thank you.
Have we factored into the additional revenue stream from people coming in, as far as staying here, shopping, et cetera, that this is going to bring? And I know it's hard to quantify, but to me, it seems like that $40,000 might get made up rather quickly.
That comes up in conversation a lot. It is very hard to actually get to that level of, it just ebbs and flows depending on what's going on in the community. We have a pretty heavy reliance just on transient guest tax as people, if you look at our hotel operations pre-COVID, Monday through Friday, our hotels were as busy as weekends. And so that's a long way of saying, I'm not saying that it doesn't help, but we're not able to trace that to our bottom line and kind of confirm that tennis generates X thousands of dollars in a year's time.
Commissioner Hoppett was correct. We will need to break probably at 3:56, really cutting it close. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come up and ask a question, voice a comment, give an opinion? Has to be at least one person. Anyone want to make up a comment or a question?
But we do have some people dialed in online as well, so I don't know if anyone there wants to comment.
I'm trying to read. Is there anyone online who wishes to join the meeting with a comment? Just raise your hand, wave, or give some signal.
Raise your digital hand.
Digital hand? No one? Okay.
I did have a couple
Sure.
points to clarify. This is your off-season. It's a pretty nice day out. If some guys want to go over there at 7 o'clock tonight and play tennis, are they going to be able to turn the lights on and play?
Yeah, that's the plan. I mean, you look at, as Liz mentioned, you've got 8 months of the year that are kind of primary, but you've got days like this that it can happen, and certainly we want those courts to be available.
Okay.
Keep in mind, there's nets and other things that go up during the winter that sometimes you can be able to get a little bit longer life out of those, taking those down. So, perhaps there's a way to make 6 available during the off season or something. I don't know what that combination can be, but we certainly want those courts to be available year-round.
And at what point will the facility be locked?
Again,
Will there be a
that's
curfew?
yeah, that's certainly something that we can work with the city on, because we've talked about having hours of operation, other hours where maybe it's available. That can be determined with the city. We've got to work within the confines of our resources as well. But with lights, and you get to the summer, you can go go late in the night there to
And
utilize
you
it.
talked about vandalism and destruction. Will there be security surveillance?
Again, that's going to be dictated by what the city wants. In our plan for the construction of the courts, we do not have that in there, but that's certainly something that can be added. But those are expenses that we've got to work within. Certainly, we don't have access to fundraising dollars, but
It is fully fenced, is that correct?
yeah, it's going to be with the way we've got it bid, and it'll have perimeter fencing.
You referred several times to Jerry Ivy courts. Do you have an update on where 305 is with that?
I don't. I know Chris Upson's here. He and I talked. I know they're in direct contact with options there. Chris, you want to comment on that?
Chris Upson, Executive Director of Maintenance and Operations for USD 305. We own them. That's where we're at.
I appreciate you acknowledging that.
We are actually trying to strategically piggyback off of the bidding that's just happened to get some economies of scale on the removal of the existing courts at Ivy and the construction of new courts. The current plan is to demo the 4 courts that are there and to go back in with 8 new courts and have those started construction this summer and ready for the fall. That's our plan.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Would it be helpful for me to walk you through those kind of decision points that I identified a while ago? And when I say walk you through, just throw them out there and you tell me what you're thinking.
Go for it. Yes.
Just your general receptivity to expanded programming beyond, we have new courts and it's open to the public, going to the level, regardless of who does it, going to the level that STA just described to you. Is that?
That would be a yes on that.
Yeah, I wrote some numbers down here based on, I know Parks and Rec's short on staffing. I looked at, if you look at Fieldhouse, baseball, softball, soccer, they have about 57 tournaments a year. They're not going to have the staffing to do tennis. So if we, and I hate to see a facility sit there not being used. So I think if we can expand at all, the use of the tennis courts and come up with tennis leagues, I think that would be a great benefit to Salina. So I agree with Commissioner Linkowitz that yes.
And I respond to Mr. Ingermanson's, call for realizing potentials for these kids and getting them involved. So I think it's exciting to think that there'll be people promoting the sport. So, yes.
So you're kind of taking me to the next one, which is, is your expectation that an in-house at the city level, or are you receptive to contracting that out to an outside party? Regardless of who that is, just
I like the
contracting that out.
contracting. I don't think we have the expertise or the people to do it.
Okay.
We're shorthanded as it is. So.
And there may be a hidden advantage to the 501c3 as far as funding that I would not have thought of before seeing the proposal.
Yeah, she talked about grants and stuff. So yeah, I think there can be some.
Yeah, and I don't want to speak for STA, but I think they certainly have the ability to hopefully raise funds and on an ongoing basis, more so than we would. So I think that might be helpful. So that takes me to the next question. City funding in concert with, some contracted operation and maintenance agreement. Are you open to that?
Are those one and the same, or?
Well, I think it's that model that we talked about today. You could say, we love that idea, but we want you to start on day one 100% funding it yourselves. You could tell me we're open to it, but not at that level. You could tell me we want a phased-in approach. We'll start at this level and dial it down to zero over a block of time. But I guess my question is, are you open to a city contribution towards this effort that we have not budgeted today?
Well, I'm open to it at that level, and I think if we had the facility ourselves, it'd cost us way more than the $40,000 they're asking, and it is annualized, so it'll be able to come under review.
I agree with Commissioner Ryan.
Yeah, I would agree, but I would emphasize that annual review of the agreement.
Yeah, I would acknowledge, the devil's in the details. If we come out of this conversation saying go forward, then we've got our work ahead of us to bring back to you an agreement that builds in the annual review and some of those details. But okay,
And all the details are negotiable.
sure. And then the last question I identified was, do you want to go into direct conversation with Salina Tennis Alliance, or do you want some broader, open-ended, competitive process where we take requests for proposals, and theoretically, then you could have multiple entities say, we would offer to do it in this format?
They've pulled the wagon this far.
Yeah.
I think they should.
I think
Have the agreement.
they need to work it out and come back to the city with what they have. And
Okay.
And, that's a very formidable board of directors. I don't hear any rumors of any of you leaving town anytime soon. We know where to find you. And your heart's been in it. And more importantly, your money's been in it. I'd have no problem with just entering direct negotiations.
And I guess I would add, with that annual review process, we can start down that path, and you have an opportunity to take a look at it and say, we want to do something different somewhere out in the future if for some reason it's not working like you would like it to. I'm not saying I have an expectation that it won't, but it at least keeps your options open. If we have an outside party say, why didn't you give us an opportunity? My answer would be the not-for-profit approach, the fundraising they did to build the complex, the fundraising that they hope to do to fund this operational model, and we have the opportunity somewhere out in the future to regroup if we don't like how it's playing out.
And the fact they've already reached out to Liz to make a
Yeah.
being proactive and bringing the programs forward, I think is a big plus too, so.
Okay, well, I hope you appreciate the fact that, staff didn't make any commitments. We tried to bring all this to a head. Again, if we had our way, we'd get through the action item that's on your agenda later today and then bring it back. But as they described, we want to hit the ground running, and that kind of forced this timeline a bit.
It appears to be a win-win, in my opinion, and you have obviously a group of very generous donors, and they have a great plan in the form of that nonprofit to be conservators of this investment in the community, and it seems like a no-brainer to me.
Yeah, Salina's blessed to have people that when they want to make something happen, they do, and we have a long track record of public-private partnerships, and this is a real good example of one. So I would agree.
We will adjourn back here in 2.5 minutes. Okay. Want to welcome you to the regular meeting of the Salina City Commission for January 24, 2022, in which to confirm that the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. Move to roll call, please.
Mayor Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Here.
Commissioner Linkowitz,
Here.
Commissioner Longbine,
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Okay. Could all who are able to stand, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will move directly into awards and proclamations.
Item 3.1, recognition of the month of January 2022 as National Stalking Awareness Month in the city of Salina. Jara Cooper, domestic violence advocate for DVAC, will read the proclamation.
Ms. Cooper, welcome.
Hello. National Stalking Awareness Month Proclamation, January 2022. Whereas stalking is intentional harassment, a pattern of behavior directed at a specific person, causing that person to feel fear and endangerment for themselves or their family. The variation in stalking behavior ranges from hang-up phone calls to more direct threats toward a victim. The likelihood of injury increases when the stalking behavior escalates over time. Whereas under the laws of Saline County, Kansas, and all jurisdictions in the U.S., stalking is a crime. Whereas the majority of victims are stalked by someone they know, typically an ex-dating partner or acquaintance, and 3 in 4 women killed by an intimate partner had been stalked by that same intimate partner. Whereas the Kansas Bureau of Investigation reports that 127 protection from stalking orders were filed in Saline County in 2020. Whereas the statistics do not represent the true incidence and prevalence of stalking for multiple reasons, including not all victims report the crime to law enforcement, and stalking is a tactic of domestic violence and sexual abuse, so it may not be reported as a primary form of abuse and victimization, although the victim has experienced stalking along with other forms of abuse. Whereas many stalking victims are forced to protect themselves by relocating, changing their identities, changing jobs, and obtaining protection orders. Whereas many stalking victims lose time from work and experience serious psychological distress and lost productivity at a much higher rate than the general population. Whereas communities can better combat stalking by raising awareness, adopting multidisciplinary responses by teams of local agencies and organizations, and by providing more and better victim services. And now, therefore, the City of Salina Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim January 2022 as National Stalking Awareness Month.
Thank you. It's kind of a scary topic. Any suggestions for how to make folks more aware of what they can do if they're feeling stalked?
I think just knowing the situation that people might be in could be more serious than what they believe at the time, and never be afraid to contact others for help or authorities for help, or definitely our services at DVAC. It might not seem like a big situation or incident at the time, but anything that feels off, definitely contact the authorities.
And the police are the first place to call, or?
I would say if you're getting stalked right then and there, then definitely contact the authorities.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
I want you to come forward to get the original certificate. And 3.2.
Item 3.2, recognition of the month of January 2022 as National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month in the city of Salina. Arius Duran, housing specialist with DVAC, will read the proclamation.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention. Whereas millions of men, women, and children are victims of human trafficking, which is the second largest and fastest growing criminal industry in the world. Whereas human trafficking denies victim basic human dignity and freedom and is based on recruiting, harboring, and transferring people through the use of force, fraud, or coercion for the purpose of sexual exploitation or forced labor. It is a crime that can take many forms and tiers out of our social fabric, debases our common humanity, and violates what we stand for as a country. Whereas traffickers frequently target victims and then use violence, threats, lies, false promises, debt bondage, and other forms of control and manipulation to force victims to work against their will or keep victims involved in commercial sexual exploitation. Whereas the U.S. Justice Department has identified Kansas as an ongoing state for human trafficking, and the most trafficking in Kansas involves local children. Whereas with improved victim identification, medical and social services, training for first responder, and increased public awareness, the victims who have suffered this cruel crime can overcome the bonds of modern slavery, receive protection and justice, and successfully reclaim their rightful independence. Whereas the Domestic Violence Association of Central Kansas is joining forces with victim service providers, criminal justice officials, and concerned citizens throughout the Central Kansas and the United States to observe National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. Together, we commit to a society where our sense of justice tells us that we unite, we can eradicate this wrong and continue to fight for our human dignity and the rights of every person. Now, therefore, the City of Salina Board of Commissioners hereby proclaims January 2022 as National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month and applauds the effort of many victim services providers, police officers, prosecutors, national and community organizations, and private sector supports for their efforts in opposing human trafficking in all its forms.
Thank you. Are there any programs or activities this month to heighten awareness?
I'm sorry.
Are there any programs or talks or activities that will allow the general public to learn
We're still
more
in the
about
works
this?
of that. I know with COVID, we haven't been able to do any of like the public stuff. We do have like support groups that can help that as well.
Thank you. But you can come forward here. Those are two sobering activities that we like to think that go on in our community, and they're kind of silent and hidden, so hopefully none of us in here have had to experience it, but it's good to know that there is some help if it is suspected. We will move now to the Citizens Forum, which is an opportunity for anyone to come to the podium with comments, or opinions on any item that's not on today's agenda. And we ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes. And we have the red clock on the side there, just in case you're not sure how long you're going.
Hi, my name's James O'Shea. I live at 2314 Hillside Drive here in Salina. I was going to ask, I heard that after the vote on the yes/no vote, that we voted to stop anybody from being able to have a say-so on that once it was started. And I understand now that it's gone to a lawyer. You guys are contesting it, is that correct?
Yes, and I'm going to ask the city attorney to give probably a more coherent response to that, if it's felt appropriate to do so at all.
Yes, Mr. O'Shea, there were two aspects of how that matter was addressed. It was thought by the governing body at the time that it would be most appropriate to allow it to proceed to the election as it did, but with it having been made clear that it was in anticipation also of allowing or providing for that proposed ordinance to undergo judicial scrutiny on the basis of concerns regarding the manner in which it affected the city's home rule powers. And that is the case that is pending now in Saline County District Court for the court to make that determination.
Yes, but didn't we vote it down with the vote?
When you say vote down,
Or stopped it, put it that way?
well, the ordinance that, the masking ordinance
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
that was in effect was actually repealed by the governing body itself. The initiative ordinance goes further in terms of what it seeks to accomplish through that petition process.
So
Okay.
if it's helpful, I guess what I would offer is at the time that the city commission made the decision to place it on the ballot, there was a statutory provision that they had one of two choices. They could enact the ordinance as proposed, or they could place it on the ballot. At that time, we staffed through two questions. Put it on the ballot, and do we believe that there is a legal basis to call the ordinance into question? So the governing body at that time said, we're going to run two tracks, for lack of a better word, at the same time. We're going to put it on the ballot, but we also are going to go to court to figure out the constitutionality and the validity of the ordinance.
And what was the purpose of the vote? You guys are going to try and overrun the vote, overwrite what the people said. People have voted overwhelmingly to leave it alone at that point.
Sure. And I'm not here to debate
Yeah, I know.
that level of
What I'm
detail,
saying is-
but
is we got tax dollars, taxpayers' money going out now, for attorneys and all this other stuff. And I thought when we voted that thing to not be allowed, that was the end of it. That was a vote means no.
we went into it saying we recognize there's going to be a vote. At the same time, we communicated we have legal questions about the validity of the proposed ordinance that we're going to also pursue.
Well, shouldn't it have been cleared up before the vote? That way it was a one-time deal. It would be over and done.
We actually started down that path, and the judge, I'll defer to Mr. Bankston for the proper legal term, but said, let the vote run its course first, and then we'll take it up in court.
Yeah, once y'all didn't get your way, then you go get a court.
No, it wasn't when we didn't get our way. We did both simultaneously from the get-go.
And just speaking as Commissioner, we would very much have wanted the court to have ruled on that before the election, but there wasn't enough time for that process to play out. On the other hand, the petition had been properly circulated, signed, and we felt worse about trying to stop, a legitimate right that people have to place things on the ballot. And we thought that would be a greater incursion into justice than doing it the way we are. But we all along thought that there were some aspects of the way that the proposal was written that would not bode well for future commissions.
And
For the business that the commission usually has to conduct.
So if it's helpful, I guess I'd encourage you to go back and look at the staff report and the city commission deliberation at that time. We spent a lot of time going into the detail that I'm trying to summarize for you in a few minutes. And I think it sheds a lot more light than kind of that general assumption that vote it up, vote it down, and that's the only question at hand. We tried to kind of lay all this out from the outset.
Well, it seems to me then that was, if you guys knew that if it didn't go your way on the vote, you were going to go get a lawyer and a judge and get it overridden by them.
Well, we already we'd already started that process. If the election had been 2 months later, perhaps we wouldn't have had to, the question would have been answered, but, courts move at their speed.
Yeah. We spent how much money of the taxpayers' money on this?
The answer I'm going to give you not going to probably like, we sometimes spend more money for what would seem to be less important things, but from the position that the last commission took, the value of what we felt we might lose with the way the initiative was written would be either materially or figuratively more expensive. So we took it as a justifiable expense.
Okay, then one more question here. What kind of authority does the city commissioners plan to have once the judge, if the judge goes in your favor?
Actually, no more than we had before. We were fine with the way things were written.
And that was?
To act on your behalf in the case of an emergency.
And you were going to dictate to us about wearing masks?
Wasn't about the mask.
What was it about?
Our ability to respond in an emergency.
Okay, and we said we can handle it ourselves, didn't we? More or less.
And that's where we disagree.
Seems to me that, before we go, people getting ready to go to court and spend this kind of money, because there's only, what, 3 of you that voted for it? You, one of y'all still here, and then the other lady left. Seems like to me that the money should be made to be put up for the cost of the attorneys, the whole thing. And that shouldn't come out of our pocket. Okay, that should come out of y'all's pocket. That way, if you believe strongly enough in it, you're willing to pay for it. Because we voted, the people voted. Now, what I see at this point is you guys don't care what we vote. You have decided this is going to be what it is, and that's that. I'm not trying to badmouth anybody. I just think it's wrong what you're doing.
Well, and we do need to move on soon, but what we want to do is to get as definitive an answer from the state legal system on a good opinion on this issue. We follow the law.
I didn't say you didn't, sir.
Right, and if that initiative passes, that's the law. We operate under that. We have no problem operating, but we just want to make sure that the way we're operating is the most efficient and best way for
Okay,
citizens
so what you're
like
saying,
yourself.
in an emergency situation, you can tell the people of Salina, or the citizens of Salina, you got to do the XXX, and there's nothing you can do about it. You will do it or else, correct?
May I, Mayor? Mr. O'Shea, I think one of the key points is that the case initiated by the city seeking judicial review of the ordinance speaks to the city's home rule powers, and that is a function of Article 12, Section 5 of the Kansas Constitution, where the city, in 1961, we transitioned from what's called Dillon's Rule, where the only things cities could do were those things that were authorized by the state, to a situation now where under that Article 12, Section 5, cities all over the state have home rule authority, where they are able to self-govern, except to the extent that that's further regulated by state law. The city's ability to exercise that home rule authority is both a right and a responsibility to exercise what are called the police powers or the regulatory powers for the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens. There is a test, there is a limit to that, and that is that there must be what's called a rational nexus between the regulation and the legitimate public purpose that that regulation attempts to address. So the point being, that's what the commissioners are elected to do, is exercise that discretion. So does that help in terms of what is
Well,
at
yes,
issue?
you see, I've always believed that once the people vote and people speak, that should be the golden rule. And then I see where y'all are going to go to court and try to get it overturned.
Yes, and I will.
And it don't make any sense to me.
Well,
I mean,
I know,
voted.
Mr. O'Shea, and we can talk about
Yes.
this some other time if you'd like. I'd be
Yeah.
happy to, but
But what I'm saying is we voted, all of us did.
you voted,
Yes.
but I don't want to put you on the spot. What do you think you voted for?
To keep the city commissioners from dictating to us what we didn't want, what we perceived, you know, to be within our decision.
Okay, and that, what you just described is their constitutional duty. And a vote doesn't just take that away.
Okay, in other words, the vote was futile.
It wasn't futile. The vote was at the request of the proponents of the petition.
That's the people.
Well, the folks who signed the
Yeah,
petition.
I did, yeah, and a lot of people did.
I gathered
And-
so.
And I don't know, I guess I'm, gonna- you know, I don't know. I thought when we voted that that's what happened.
No,
The other thing that I would add is I think the perception of what that ordinance said, the breadth of the ordinance as it's written, intentionally or unintentionally, is much broader than a characterization that it was targeted at the issue at hand, face mask, COVID, response to COVID. It extends to all emergency situations, and that in part was the governing bodies, they deliberated on if we're limited at that level, are we comfortable with that, or do we need to protect our constitutional authority, and should we call into question the validity of that ordinance?
Well, it sounds like to me that I don't know. It just don't sound right. You guys shouldn't be able to do that. Once it was voted on, that should have been a dead issue. Okay?
I understand your point. There's a difference of opinion. Legally, there's a process in place that we're following.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. O'Shea. Anyone else?
Well, Carol Reed, Salina. I just want to do a little addition to Mr. O'Shea's. I'm in agreement with him totally. And we didn't hear a total. What have you spent on attorneys? Which I thought maybe a city attorney could take care of this, but we went out and have different lawyers, do we not?
no.
Okay, so who's taking care of this?
The lead attorney in the litigation is Jake Peterson, my partner at Clark Mize and Linville. One of the reasons that the city engages a law firm is to have the resources that that law firm can provide. I am not a trial lawyer. Jake Peterson is. And in this particular case, given the particular issue and the time involved, it was my determination, recommendation that Mr. Peterson be the lead counsel on the case. I have had some time, some input into the work on the case, but that is how that came to be. It is not, our firm represents the city, not just me.
I see. And the total amount is over $36,000 so far of the city's money, right?
Yes,
Citizens'
as
money?
of,
Taxpayers' money?
Well, everything we spend here is taxpayers' money.
Yeah.
yeah, that's
So we are at 36,000 and above,
correct.
correct? Thank you.
Correct.
For a city that's 600 million dollars in debt, it don't matter.
Kevin Korb, Salina. I'm just going to follow up to that, being the person who wrote the petition and started it. I'm the person that's basically named in the lawsuit on the other side of it. And one of the things I find really interesting is through November, the city has spent $36,000 of taxpayer money fighting this, fighting the will of the people, what the people voted for by a large margin. And in the same amount of time, I've paid my attorney $5,000. So are the taxpayers being taken advantage of? Why does it take $36,000 on the city's side of the same lawsuit that it took $5,000 for me? What I would urge you guys to do, being a new commission with possibly a fresh look, is I agree with what some of the other citizens say. The ultimate rule of law, or the ultimate public policy, should be set by the voters. The people that voted in by, I believe, don't quote me on this, but something like a 17% margin. If the voters want it, that's what's law. That's what should be law. That's what you guys should be following. You guys are elected to represent the people of Salina, and the people of Salina overwhelmingly said they want this. So whether you think it's legal or not, if the people say that's what they want, that's the way it should be. I know things can get more complicated than that, but it really should be that simple. So I urge you guys to rethink this whole thing and vote to ask the attorneys to just drop this lawsuit and let the voters' will be done. That's all.
Can I ask you, what did you spend $5,000?
Okay, if you want to have a side conversation, you can do that on the side.
Dalton McDowell, Salina. I found it really kind of nerving with, I don't know, with the new commission. The last commission had 3 people, and 2 of them are still on commission that were tied into Salina Regional Health Center. Who is Salina Regional Health Center convincing you guys to keep fighting for the masks? And who are you guys getting your medical advice from COVID-19 and all this other stuff? Don't say Jason Tiller. He's not a medical doctor. He's a retired Army medic. There's a difference. Who is the city getting their information from? Everything points back to Salina Regional's Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Freelove. And he's came under fire recently. That's all I have.
Well, just to answer your question in 3 letters, CDC.
Well, they're worse than the state.
Sherry Harp, Salina, Kansas, and I know $36,000 in tax money to some of us people that are paying taxes. I have to tell you, the majority, or I'd say an awful lot of those people that put their signature on that petition don't even make $36,000 and came out and spent their time to find out about what the Emergency Act was all about, and they spent their time to go and vote for it. So I would like to ask you commissioners to just drop the case and let us have the will of the people. And 34, 36, it's just going up more every month. And some of us people that work hard don't even make that in a year. So you're spending our tax dollars on something that so many people don't even, I mean, you guys may even think 36,000 is just a drop in the bucket, but it's not, and it's getting worse. Thank you, Joe Biden. Anyway.
Anyone else?
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If there's someone else that wants to speak, I'll.
Okay.
I simply wanted to say that in having served in this role since 1986, this matter of the petition and what it seeks to do, in my opinion, is the most significant governance issue with which the city has ever been confronted. And if anyone is looking for the person or persons to take responsibility for the initial or for the opinion that the petition asks you to do what, in my opinion, is contrary to the Kansas Constitution and is not subject to the initiative and referendum statute by virtue of having administrative elements that preclude it from qualification as a legislative matter for which that statute is intended, I am the person that must take responsibility for that and do so. I might add that when the petition was initially filed, it, of course, undergoes scrutiny as to form by the county councilor. The county councilor consistently, anytime a petition is brought forward, extends to me the courtesy of also consulting with me as to that question as to form. Mr. Montoya, as county councilor, did so in this case. And in that conversation, he identified concerns that he articulated as to the home rule aspects of the petition. Now, that is not a matter of form, and in his written report to the petitioners, I know he addressed matters strictly as to form, but I know from speaking with him, and with his permission, I would explain that when he spoke with me, I expressed my view, even in a cursory review, that there were constitutional problems with the petition relating to home rule, the home rule authority of the city. He agreed with that, and I understand that he advised the proponents of those concerns on the basis of that initial review. So I hope anyone knows that we do not have reason to manufacture issues or manufacture the need for litigation. I regret that, yes, there are expenses involved in that process. The city's work is basically completed in that the motion for summary judgment, which is the most efficient way to get the matter before the court so that it can be decided, that work is complete. We're at the stage in the process, we're now awaiting the response to that motion for summary judgment as the matter proceeds ultimately for Judge Hickman to rule upon. So that is what brings us to today, and as I say, it is my sincere opinion that the position advanced by the city is legally correct. Now, my opinion will soon become academic as we have the opportunity for Judge Hickman's decision on the matter. But that's what brings us to where we are today.
If I could add a couple things to that. In part, I'm kind of putting a finer point on what Mr. Bankson just said, but there's really two underlying issues. One is, yes, there is a statutory provision for an initiative ordinance to put it on the ballot. We question whether the ordinance as drafted is in keeping with the statute that creates the authority to do that in the first place, just from the way it's drafted, the administrative nature of the provisions. And then secondly, we also question whether it's in violation of the constitutional provisions about not just Salina's governing body's authority, but governing body authority across the state. And then somewhat as a clarification, not necessarily a legal issue, all the conversation seems to be focused on face masks and where you stand on face masks, but there's a broader underlying legal concern here in terms of just ability for a governing body to respond to any type of emergency or natural disaster. So there's all that in question. The other thing I would say is, it's not just the city attorney saying, here's how I feel about this. I mean, he articulated that he's done a legal review, but if you go back on that record, the paper trail of what we reported to the governing body, what was made available to the public, what we're talking about is articulated in considerable detail. And I would encourage anyone that's interested to start there. That's a basis to have a much more informed conversation and kind of the philosophical conversation we're having right now.
Thank you. Well stated by both. Mr. City Attorney?
One additional point, if I may. I'm always concerned that some might think that I wear a mask in this meeting as a political statement. It is not. My wife is actively involved with assisting with our grandchildren, some of whom are underage for vaccination, and it is simply an abundance of caution as she fulfills that role as a grandmother.
Thank you.
Counselor, when is this case scheduled to be heard?
March 9th is the date that Judge Hickman has it scheduled for what would be final argument based on the motion for summary judgment that the city has filed and any response and the response that the defendants would file. Whether he rules that day or not, excuse me, is at his discretion, but that is the day that it will be heard.
And your firm's expenses are complete?
No. As the point was made, that figure was through end of November. I scrutinized, in fact, the system under which we review our billings for submission for the December fees. But what I was getting at was the bulk of the work, of course, involves the preparation of that motion for summary judgment, which was filed just before the end of the year. So the city will have an opportunity to respond to whatever is filed by Mr. Korb and his counsel.
And then we'll also end up before the judge.
Well, yes, and then there would be the presentation of what is referred to as presentation of argument before the court on the 9th of March.
Okay. Mr. Mantle, thanks for being patient.
Norman Mantle, Salina, Kansas. Mr. Bingston, that's your choice to wear that mask, whether you want to or not.
Well,
that's what this country is about, choices. It's been discussed not only in this room, it's being discussed across the country. We are in water crisis. I subscribe to a magazine out of Colorado. There is litigation going on all over this whole country. Who owns the water rights? But we're running out of water. They are draining these lakes as we speak to get them down to conservation levels. Why are they doing this? Yet in certain counties, we are bringing businesses in here who are consuming water. We're creating a demand on our resources. In St. George, Utah, they're running out of water. If they don't have another source within 10 years, they're not going to have any water. We're not going to have any water here in Kansas. We're shutting down wells because we're running out of water, yet we're putting more demand on our resources. Why are you allowing this? You better start thinking long term. Because when you run out of water, you're in trouble. Water is the most important element on this planet. And as the population increases, we ask for more water. We're using up the water faster than we can replace it. The Native Americans are going to law schools. This is another issue in the United States. That isn't an American. We are not Americans. Check your DNA. the Native Americans are using the white man's laws against the white man, and they're winning in the courts. This issue is back in Washington. So the courts are going to ultimately rule in this issue. And I'm not off base. We don't own this land. The white man is nothing more than a thug, a bully, a thief. We stole this land from him. And the courts are ruling it's going to be returned to the Native Americans.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Welcome to the new commissioners that are here, Mayor, as well. I've sat back and I've listened to a lot of arguments from the citizens this morning or this afternoon. And in light of what was just said, I'm proud to be an American. I'm proud of that American flag. I will fight for liberty and justice for all, as we pledged just a moment ago. Part of that is fighting for those that don't have a voice. And there was a tremendous March for Life that took place in Washington, D.C. this past week. Not a lot of news coverage about it, but we need to be a voice for those that do not have a voice. That's the unborn that are being slaughtered under the name of abortion within our country. One of our legislators referred to Kansas as a sanctuary state for abortion. And may God have mercy on us if that is the truth of what is going on. Amen. I want to take just a moment to piggyback on what several of the citizens have said today about this ordinance, and it was proclaimed as a vote yes, vote no, and truthfully, it has been under the guise of a mask ordinance, and that's not at all what it is. I think the attorney has said that, the city manager has brought that up again. This is much more than masks. I have no problem with anybody wearing a mask, whether it's the attorney or anybody else. People come to my church, they wear masks, some do, some don't. That is their choice. That's all we're asking for is a choice. And this commission brought this ordinance upon themselves by removing the choice from citizens last year and the year before. When they put something in effect that said, you don't have freedom as an American, you don't have a choice as an American, we as the body are going to determine how you wear your medical devices, if you wear them, where you can go, what businesses have to stay closed. You brought this upon yourself. And because of that, citizens rose up, as is outlined in our state constitution, and we filled out the petition in the correct way, with the correct form. We've had judicial scrutiny, as the attorney has talked about already. It is a shame that we have spent a tremendous amount of taxpayer funds fighting against the will of the people. I think former Commissioner Blanchard put that yes-no vote as a vote of no confidence on the commission that they, the decisions that they made over the last year or two. I also, and I know we have a city attorney on purpose, and I know he serves his purpose, and I've listened intently to his opinion as he has outlined it. But I wonder why the city attorney cannot argue on behalf of the will of the citizens of the city. Why are we spending so much money to fight against what the people have already placed with a 2/3 majority nearly to help out our city? I sat next to some of you guys over these last few months, and we've talked and had good conversations back and forth. And I know at least a couple of you said, I'm going to wait to see what the people vote, and I will determine my decision based upon what the people say. And it's time that we follow through on our word, commissioners. It's time that you follow through on the people voted on or spoke about me as well. The people spoke, and it's time for you to follow through on your word. I would ask for one of you commissioners to make a motion, add it to other business, whatever you need to do, to vote about this and make a decision. It's time for us to quit fighting against the people. Judicial scrutiny, we've gone through that. It's time for us to say the people have spoken. Let us move forward with what they have done, and we can rule from there. Thank you, commissioners.
Mayor, if I may?
Yeah.
Just one point of clarification, I hope. This reference to judicial scrutiny, I assume you're speaking of the county councilor's review, is that?
Him and other attorneys that have gone through this as well.
Yeah, The county councilor's role is strictly as to the form of the question presented in the proposed petition. I just want to make sure everybody understands that is not judicial scrutiny, and it does not have anything to do with the substance of the ordinance. It is strictly as to the form. The consultation, and Mr. Korb, I would invite him to correct me if I misstate this at all. The review by a staff member of the Reviser of Statutes Office was strictly as to form. The suit is about the substance of the petition and the ordinance that it proposes. That judicial scrutiny, and the first time that that is undergoing judicial scrutiny to be examined in the light of Kansas law, is the case that is pending. And that is the only way that judicial scrutiny could be obtained, was for the city to initiate that declaratory judgment action where the district court has the opportunity to make that evaluation, conduct that judicial scrutiny, so that we can go forward knowing, as a matter of Kansas law, if what that ordinance seeks to do is lawful. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood the distinction between that review as to form of the question that occurred at by the county councilor and what we're looking to the judicial system to provide us with.
All right. Thank you.
May I make a brief clarification on what I spoke then? Just very brief.
I'm not demeaning at all. I know judicial scrutiny is a legal term, and I was not saying, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an attorney. I was saying that it has been scrutinized by other legal sources. That was all I was saying. I was not going into a court case. And they, just like you mentioned a moment ago, have their opinion, I believe was the word that you used. They have their judicial opinion about this petition, and that was where I was going.
Yeah, and again, just
does that make
the
sense?
distinction between a legal opinion and a judicial scrutiny. That's the distinction I want to make sure we are all on the same
And I apologize. I am not an attorney, so I didn't mean to use those terms in that light.
And I apologize for going further than you wish, but you know, this is important to everybody involved. So.
Well, thank you for your explanation.
Sure.
Right. Thank you. I'm sorry, did you already speak?
I did, but I have to clarify something myself then. Can you guys explain to me what our petition was for then? Because with all these big words floating around, there's some that don't know. But we might as well find out, just as simple, as far as the way I understood it, it was an emergency act that if there was something called from Kansas, that we had an emergency declared, that we wanted our county to make that decision if there was something to be a rule in Salina, and we didn't want Salina to make that decision. Is that correct or incorrect?
Oh, I think that's a fair statement.
I'm just making it simple.
I want to jump in there. That's a pretty broad summary of the way you envision that. Part of the difficulty is the details of the way the proposed ordinance was drafted in the first place, and it leaves us saying, if we have an emergency event, what does this ordinance really mean? How would we?
The county has the rule over Salina, not the city.
Right, and not to be argumentative, but
that's all that petition was.
well,
And we're making it way, way, way up here, way above everybody's head, and nobody knows what the heck you're talking about with all of this.
What we'll do is have them explain it, and then we're going to move on.
Well, okay, but I would sure like to see us get on with this and let the people rule, and we won the vote, and let's have the vote.
But I guess in response, and not to be overly argumentative, but what you just summarized is a pretty broad vision of what you have in mind, and whether it's this topic or anything else, the devil's in the details of how that ordinance is actually written, and it leaves a lot unclear.
If the emergency is declared by Kansas, and we as a county have to do it, then that's done. That's no devil in the details, that's pretty simple.
What I think would be a good suggestion would be to take the city attorney's and the city manager's advice. Before we discuss again, everybody go home, read the ordinance, read the deliberations. So when we come in here, we're not, you're entitled to have an opinion, your gut feeling. But we have to do what's legally proper. Because, rules help you. The same rule will help you sometimes, and it will cut you the next time. So we want to make sure the rule itself is constitutional and proper. But, it's a lot of reading, but I think that's an excellent suggestion. Read so we all know what we're talking about. I'm going to move on now to the public hearings. Ask for 5.1, please.
Item 5.1, public hearing, naming initiative for future tennis complex. 5.1A, conduct public hearing. 5.1B, approve resolution number 22-8017 for the philanthropic naming initiative for construction of a future tennis complex by Salina Tennis Alliance in agreement with the city of Salina.
Mr. Hammond, or not?
Yes, I think starting with Mr. Hammond's a good start.
Okay.
Anticipate we may have some questions, and we'll be happy to try to answer them collectively between the two of us.
Okay.
A question to form here. Do we do the public hearing?
Need you to give the staff report, then we'll open the public hearing and go from there.
Thank you for your time, Mayor Davis and Commissioners. My name is Jeff Hammond, Interim Director of Parks and Recreation. As well, today we have Salina Tennis Alliance, who will be doing a portion of a presentation. I know there was a lot of information in your staff report, also a lot of attachments, so I'm going to do my best to summarize that for you. The first step, I'm going to kind of go through how we've got to today with the naming initiative for Salina Tennis Alliance. A member of the Salina Tennis Alliance will come and do a naming rights initiative presentation, and then we'll try to bring it all together at the end and ask for some action. Today we have before you proposed resolution 22-8017 for the philanthropic naming initiative for the funding and construction of the future tennis complex at Kenwood Park. As you're probably aware, this is the site of the former Salina Municipal Pool. On August 23rd, there was an agreement with Salina Tennis Alliance relating to the funding and construction of the tennis facilities in Kenwood Park. The city does have a municipal naming guidelines, which I have listed for you in your staff report. Today we're at step 4 and 5. And I'd like to give you a quick update how we got here. November 23rd, the City Commission approved a resolution to declare the area, November 23rd of 2020, the City Commission approved a resolution to declare the area between Kenwood Drive and Midway Drive in Kenwood Park as a qualified facility under the naming guidelines. This allowed Salina Tennis Alliance to seek funds and donations for the tennis construction project. On January 5th of 2022, public notice of a Parks and Recreation Advisory Board meeting was published. A board is a board presentation. If there is a board, an applicable board, there is a requirement of the naming guidelines to go before that board. And we did that on January 12th. On January 7th, the city clerk provided written verification of the compliance of the request for the philanthropic naming initiative. And as I stated, January 12th, the Parks and Rec Advisory Board voted to recommend to the City Commission to approve the naming initiative. On January 13th, 2022, the public notice for this meeting and the hearing at the City Commission for the naming initiative was published. And today we anticipate doing the public hearing and then also approving the final steps of that naming initiative proposed to you. The philanthropic naming initiative does not require a partition. As you learned earlier, Salina Tennis Alliance is a 501c3 not-for-profit organization. It does require the development and approval of a naming plan. This naming plan would include the facility or areas to be named, the target donation for the named areas, a description of the naming concept to be used, if there are any donor stipulations, and an overview of the approach to soliciting donors. At this time, I'd like to have, I believe it's Clark Renfro of Salina Tennis Alliance go through that naming initiative presentation. And there is a
Clark Renfro, Salina Tennis Alliance. Okay, so I'm going to start off and just give a quick update from where we started and where we are today, and our continuing work with the city to go through the 5-step process on the naming. So if you could go to the next slide. These are just a couple pictures, updated renderings of the complex. You can go to the next slide, and you'll see that first slide, the perimeter fencing, that's looking east from the former pool house. And then next slide. And that's, again, I believe that's looking east too. There's a hitting wall there. And then next slide. Okay, thank you. So just a quick update on timeline of fundraising. So we started this process roughly 4 years ago, and through that, determining what needed to be done. Early on, we got some nice, solid lead gifts to get us launched, and really to the point of where we needed to come before the city. It was kind of the cart before the horse. The city wanted to see interest level from the community, and many of the community wanted to see an interest level from the city, and so we worked, and can't tell you how glad I was or happy to see the level of support. I mean, it was overwhelming, and certainly that spoke volumes with the dollars that were committed early on to get us launched. And so through that slide, I talk a little bit about going into where the city commission allowed us the footprint of where the courts will be to establish naming right opportunities there, which was a big help. At that point, I think we'd already raised almost $1.2 million before that, and then with that opportunity, got us through to the finish line. We continue to raise money. We've got the funds to get it built. We've got contingencies there with some additional alternates. But as many of you know, any type of project like this, you've got expenses that come out. So we're constantly in the fundraising mode, and certainly there's naming rights opportunities that still exist today. The bidding process has been completed, and then so we're on to the next steps and working to complete this 5-step process. Give you a little bit of background on the naming right opportunities. Like I said, we started off, we got some very nice lead gifts that allowed us, once we got the naming rights established, to provide those opportunities for those folks. Then we established a range there, anywhere from $50,000 to $500,000, that ranged for the naming of the facility, building, shade shelter, pavilion, courts, hitting wall, and what we call matching doubles gifts if people wanted to come in and partner with somebody else on a naming opportunity. For the most part, as I stand before you today, the courts and the shelter house have been taken. Everything else is really up for grabs, an opportunity. And I will say, many gifts were made to us without wanting or needing the naming rights. And those folks stepped forward and said, hey, we want to give you the opportunity to have those other courts or those other facilities opportunity to get named, and more funds bringing in. So I can't tell you, it's just an impressive display of community support and what people want to do to make this thing happen. So as you look here, there's concession stand and bleachers levels. Donor recognition, there's going to be a donor recognition wall. We'll talk a little bit that later. Still to be determined what that will look like and the size and scope, but we look to have that on the building on the outside and establish those that donated $500 or more to have their names listed on that donor wall. The giving levels recognized there aren't any particular perks or advantages within those levels, just we've identified those steps within what people can give. Next slide, please. So we have 12 courts. The facility is going to have 12 courts with lights. These 10 entities or these 10 businesses and families have stepped forward with naming right opportunities. You'll see those listed from the first down to the last in no particular order. But Salina Regional Health Center will have a court, and we'll also have the Shelter Pavilion, which is on that facility as well. And all those have been, as I said, generous supporters. The Long MacArthur Lincoln Black Label, Queen Jean. Queen Jean is Jean Boardman, and Jean has been a huge advocate for tennis in this community, player, been a part of our effort, and is just an all-around good person and has done a lot for the game here locally. So they're doing that in honor of her, so that's the name Queen Jean comes from Jean Boardman. Long MacArthur has and Lincoln have partnered up to be a sponsor. So we have and I'll get into that a bit on the signs and how those will be placed. If you can go to the next slide, please. And then at this point, we've got 2 courts available. So we're still in the process and discussions with individuals too for those opportunities. So those may play out and they may not. We'll see. The facility we talked about there is $500,000, and that gift has not been made. We'd really like to be able to call this the City of Salina Tennis Facility, and more than likely that can happen. I mean, that truly is what it is. But should someone step up, we'd more than likely be happy to name it after them. Good problem to have. All right, next slide. Okay, so this just kind of gives you a brief kind of outline of where the courts and subject to change, but generally how that would look within that footprint. As I said, that one facility or that one piece to the upper left, or in this case kind of lower left, is a hitting wall, which has a naming right opportunity as well for it. Next slide, please. So dimensions, we've got a couple options here. Generally, when you have a tennis court facility like this, you'll have court numbers. So you have a tournament, you're on court 1, you're on court 2, 3, 4, 5, and on. And so we'll have those on there. In addition, with each court, we'll have the names on there. We're still working on kind of the size and scope of that, but roughly 12 inches by 18 inches. And we've also looked at 27 by 5 inches, 5.3 inches. So we're still looking at kind of how those will play out, but they'll fit in color scheme with the courts. The courts are going to be blue and green, coincidentally the colors of City Salina, but those are our color scheme that's used predominantly throughout on elite levels. If you look at the U.S. Open, they use those color schemes, and the reason for that, there's a certain PMS color of blue that brings out the color of a optic yellow tennis ball. So when you watch television, that comes out, and when you're playing, you see that ball better on that surface. So that kind of is the rationale behind those colors. So we'll have the signs coordinate with the color of the courts, and we're looking at a green background sign with white lettering. In the case of Long MacArthur, they have a requirement to have a black sign with white lettering based upon Lincoln's requirement. So we certainly think we can work within that the confines of that and make that available. So they have been a great partner and a great supporter, and we look to be able to work with them and the city on that. The Pavilion Shelter House, we're working that's a facility that's going to go. If you look at just to the left there, that's it's going to be a key part of our facility and our courts as you hold tournaments. You'll certainly have the tennis facility, the old pool house, as with restrooms and other amenities in there. But in terms of reporting scores and having a central point for a tennis director to report scores and have a draw and have places for water and shelter, that's going to be a really nice facility to have. If you've been over to Central's tennis courts, they have something similar in between their two courts there that has a roof over that, and so you'll have water and other things there for players and fans and support staff. Next slide, please. So that gives you a little idea of what that shelter looks like. I put a slide in there. Salina Regional Health Center will be the sponsor of that, and there's a brief or a look of what that sign might look like. Again, we're working through the details and specifics on size and scope, but that gives you a little idea of what that might look like. Again, they've been a huge sponsor of this and really couldn't do it without their support. Next slide, please. Nice, the Federer family there, so we're still waiting on their check, but that gives you a little bit idea of what the signs are going to look like to some extent on the size and scope behind the court. Next slide, please. And that's just another idea there of what it looks like with the green and the blue courts, green back on the sidelines, and court numbers. Next slide, please. Our donor wall, that one wall, or the one on the lower right, is what was at the field house. The upper left is what is at another tennis facility that we've toured. So some ideas that we might take a look at. Certainly this is going to be outside, so we got weather as a factor and how that might look. Next slide, please. So that's an outdoor wall there that gives you an opportunity as people make donations to add those to that wall. So again, it's all a matter of cost, and we want to make sure that we're working within the city's requirements and what we need to do there. We're trying to get it done where that wall will be finalized with the end of construction as we get additional funds, but certainly there'll be other contributions that may be made, so we want to make sure we can add those to the wall. Next slide, please. Again, donor recognition, got the wall, and again, mentioning with working with vendors on cost and design. Next slide, please. So Ken Nordbo, as many as you may know, we have the Oakdale courts that are currently the Ken Nordbo tennis facility. And I knew Ken, and I know his family. A huge advocate for tennis, did a lot for the game, a lot for the community, and their family still does. So I've been in contact with his family, so we want to find a way to recognize him in the new facility, and we talked about possibly having a plaque or something there to recognize Ken and his commitment to not only tennis, but the community of Salina. So that's kind of completes the formal kind of presentation there. Again, we've been working with Mike and staff and working through that 5-step process here to complete the naming rights and working through that. So I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions? Mr. Renfro? Nope. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
A few wrap-up points. As Clark mentioned, Salina Tennis Alliance has prepared design documents and bids, and they were solicited at their expense. Bid documents were published on November 5th. A pre-bid conference was held on December 2nd, and city staff in attendance. Bids were opened on December 16th by Salina Tennis Alliance, with a bid tabulation in your packet. The bid tabulation for the scope of work was also included in the staff report. The selection team reviewed the bids and recommended the low bid, Hutton Construction, with a bid of $2,295,000. The current fundraising efforts of Salina Tennis Alliance, what they're sitting at right now with funds on hand is $1.724,673. With the city contribution, which is per the agreement, once the Salina Tennis Complex is complete and the city approves, we are going to contribute $600,000 to that project, with the combination of that funding being $2.3,024,673. Salina Tennis Alliance is prepared to enter into that construction contract without following the approval of the naming rights, which are the basis of their fundraising efforts. Staff submits the following options for your consideration. Approve Resolution 22-8017 for the philanthropic naming initiative for Salina Tennis Alliance. Approve the resolution with amendments as the City Commission deems appropriate. Postpone consideration of the resolution or for vote to deny the resolution for the philanthropic naming initiative. Staff recommends number one. Myself and Salina Tennis Alliance would be available for any questions that you may have.
Any questions? We will proceed to open the public hearing. And for clarification, the public hearing is on the suitability of the naming rights petition, not for the construction contract. Are there any comments from the public? Anyone on, no one online? All right. Well, that may be the shortest public hearing we're going to have today. I will close the public hearing on this and ask the commission if there's any action to be taken on resolution number 22-8017.
And Mayor,
Approve resolution number 228017 for the philanthropic naming initiative of the future tennis complex by Salina Tennis Alliance.
second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve resolution 22-8017. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And thank you for the hard work. We will now move to 5.2.
Item 5.2, public hearing, vacation of a 5-foot north-south alley located at the rear of the lots located on the east side of North 3rd Street between Otis Avenue and Euclid Avenue. 5.2A, conduct public hearing. 5.2B, approve ordinance number 22-11097, vacating the 5-foot alley between Otis Avenue and Euclid Avenue.
Mr. Andrew, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This is a public hearing and a staff report on a petition that was filed by Mr. Jason Miller, and he's requesting the vacation of a 5-foot north-south alley that's located at the rear of his lot and other lots that are located on the east side of North 3rd Street between Otis and Euclid. The subdivision for this area dates back to 1887, the Episcopal Military Institute edition. It covers a large area of North Salina between Pacific Avenue and the city's flood control levee. Back in 1887, there was a 5-foot alley that was dedicated along the east edge of the EMI addition. All the other alleys in the subdivision are 10 feet wide. So it appears that this 5-foot was dedicated with the idea that the other half would be dedicated later. But when the east portion was platted in 1917, there was no matching alley, so the alley strip remained at 5 feet. Staff was recently working with Mr. Miller on a plan he had to build an accessory building on vacant land he purchased to the east of the alley, and staff informed Mr. Miller that in order for him to build a building there, it would have to be contiguous with his property, and the 5-foot alley is preventing it from being contiguous. So he filed this petition to vacate the alley, and if the petition is approved, then the ownership of that alley would transfer from the city of Salina to each of the owners on the east side of North 4th Street. There's 8 other property owners on the east side of North 3rd Street. All of them were notified by mail of this petition and request. Staff did not hear any feedback from any of those property owners. Staff did receive feedback from area utility providers who had poles and overhead wires in that alley, and they said they have no objection to it ceasing to be an alley as long as a utility easement was retained. So the proposed ordinance that is before you would vacate the public ownership of this 5-foot strip. It's never been open to traffic, so there wouldn't be any loss of access or inconvenience if it ceased to be an alley. And so upon taking any feedback you might receive at tonight's hearing, you have the option, if you agree that there's no private rights that will be injured and the public will suffer no loss or inconvenience, you could approve the attached ordinance, which would vacate the 5-foot alley between Otis and Euclid. You could postpone consideration of this petition and further continue the public hearing if you think you need additional information from staff or from the petitioner, or you could deny the petition if you find that it's not in the public interest to vacate this 5-foot alley. Again, this alley has never been used as an alley. There's really no public purpose served by it other than as a location for utilities. So with that, I'd be open to any questions you have.
Any questions?
I have a quick question. Does the owner have access from the south? Is there a curb cut there? Is that how he'll access the ground?
There is the platted property to the east, the north lot, which is, it was, when it was, the way it was laid out in the ownership, it would have been landlocked, so there's an easement on the east side of Lot 9 that faces Otis, and there's a roadway that goes along the east boundary of that lot. That provides access from Otis, but the property owner can legally access the rear lot from his backyard. So that's where his access would be.
Can he still use that easement that goes to the north?
He can still use that
So if he can
easement.
use that easement just for my own benefit, why does he have to be contiguous to his property to use that?
Because he has, in order to have an accessory building, it has to be accessory to a dwelling, and the dwelling needs to be located on the same lot as the accessory building. So,
I figured something like, but yeah, when I went and looked at it and I saw that he had access through the south, so.
but he couldn't build a standalone building there.
Building without, okay.
It has to be
So
accessory
that
to his
property couldn't have
dwelling.
been sold to somebody else that didn't live there to put a
Correct.
shed on or something, okay. And that, yeah, and that alley's never been used, you can tell, so. Okay.
So again, we did send letters out with today as an advertised public hearing, and so we should see if anybody has any public comment, but staff did not receive any comments after we sent the letters out.
We will open the, excuse me, public hearing on vacation of a 5-foot north-south alley located at the rear of the lots located on the east side of North 3rd Street between Otis Avenue and Euclid Avenue. Are there any comments from the public, either here in the auditorium or online? Well, I will take this opportunity to close the public hearing and bring this issue back to the commissioners if there's any action to take.
Mayor Davis, I move we approve ordinance number 22-11097, vacating the 5-foot alley between Otis Avenue and Euclid Avenue.
I'll second that.
Right, it's been moved and seconded to approve ordinance number 22-11097. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And finally, we get to the consent agenda.
Item 6.1, approve the minutes of January 10, 2022.
Mayor, I move we approve the minutes of January 10th, 2022.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to approve the one item in the consent agenda, the minutes of January 10, 2022. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Administration, 7.1.
Item 7.1, approve ordinance number 22-11095 on second reading, amending the Salina Code regarding contractor licensing.
Alrighty, I am.
If it would be helpful, Mayor, I'd be happy to kind of give you, this,
Yeah.
typically we'll bring it back a second reading and confirm for you that nothing's really changed or whether we've received comments. Kind of buried in the background of this staff report, there's a couple things of note. The staff revised the ordinance based on commission feedback when you last considered it. During that amendment drafting process, we further identified that there were some changes based on legal advice for just adding clarity within the revised code, and those include revising the numbering of the code to address just kind of how that all flows in the structure of the code, as well as in Table 2, making provisions for a more clear description of the code and change and its effects on the building contractors. And a paragraph's been added in Section 8175.1 that explains how qualification for testing is available, so kind of that grandfathering process. So all that's still, we believe, in keeping with the original intent. We're just clarifying or refining it better between first and second reading. I would acknowledge that it is a little awkward that we did first reading with one commission. We got a couple of new commissioners. We generally try to avoid that. Staff did have some conversation about the timing of all this, and there was a desire to get this rolled out at the beginning of the year because we kind of try to communicate to the contracting community anything they need to know for the coming year. We didn't do it on this date, and with the next week being the 5th Monday and no city commission meeting, we're out into February, so we kind of pushed this timeline a little bit. Lauren Driscoll's here. She can speak more directly to the conversations that took place at the Building Advisory Board between Lauren and Mr. Bankston. I think they can also speak to the revisions between first and second reading if you have any questions.
I suppose for any contractors who may be listening or reading about this in 2 days, if there are any salient changes in substance from what we passed on first reading.
Either one of you want to take a run at that?
Well, and I welcome any comment from Mr. Bankston. I mean, really, it was clarifying, just in kind of further talking about trying to define this. It's kind of a limbo place that we were at where these tests just disappeared. And so trying to address those in the table to make it clear if there wasn't a test, we were still leaving verbiage that made it clear if a test did come around again. Because tests are provided by third parties such as Prometric. And if they choose to adopt a test, we wanted to have the ability to pick a test back up and also make it clear to those reading the table when they did or did not have to apply, and those who were general contractors of class A, B, and C, and when that applied in place of the test. So I think it looks like a lot of changes, but there are a lot of little things just to make those things more clear to the reader once it's adopted. Mr. Bankston, anything further?
No, unless there are questions.
If the test came back, would that have any bearing on A, B, and C general contractors?
It doesn't have any bearing on A, B, and C. It would create the opportunity then again to then go back to the BAB, see if they wanted to adopt a test, but we didn't want to completely take it out of the table. Some of that's for formatting purposes and also just for clarity that these things do have a test. Here's a spot if it does have a test again in the future.
So if the testing were to come back, then a specialty contractor who is not A, B, or C would then have the opportunity to be qualified on the basis of the test.
That is a possibility. I mean, again, we kind of go through the whole process all over again. We go back to the BAB, we say, hey, a test popped back up. Is this the right test for us? Is it a valid one? Is this part of what we want? Have we been operating successfully with the way we've amended this? If the BAB were to give a suggestion of yes, we would then go through that process, come back to you, but there is a spot in the table for that now and would allow us to expand upon that.
So nothing in Chart 2 would go backwards?
No, I mean, if we're going to experience a change, we go through the legislative process all over again.
Yeah, and
Right, just that no one would lose anything.
Yeah, I would add that that's important because it's very likely that an individual contractor will be motivated to go find something in the way of testing and kind of make the argument that this ought to be good enough. And we can't just take that at face value. It's going to take a look. It's going to require some scrutiny of, okay, this is a test we've never heard of before. Does the Building Advisory Board think it has enough merit to honor it?
Okay. All right, any, particularly the two commissioners who did not vote for the first reading? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Mayor, if I may.
You comfortable? Okay. Yes, sir.
Just quickly, the transition from addressing the matter of the testing in the first table, as you saw in first reading, and instead addressing it in Table 2 is because, as was pointed out between first and second reading, if it's correct that you all, if a test resumes in any of those specialty contractor categories where the test is currently unavailable, if you would want us to be able to simply reinitiate the testing and grant the license on the basis of that testing, the change in approach was to enable that to occur without having to come back to the commission and further amend as that might change from time to time. Under this structure and by addressing it in Section 2, the testing is either available or it's not, and as a result, the licensing is either available by testing or not. But as that could change in the future, it can be administered at the department level without coming back to the commission.
But our conversation with the BAB was that of what Mr. Scragg just initiated and described, is that that test needs to be looked at by the BAB before that was addressed. So that would be a conversation had with building specialists about making that change. And frankly, the amount of public involvement we would need to do if we were to make that change, I don't know how we wouldn't go through that process. But we made the suggestion based on some feedback Greg gave us about being able to deal with this if a new test did come up. But we have talked consecutively with the BAB that if this comes up, we need to talk about the test with them. Not all tests are created equal. It depends on where they're from.
So that decision can be made by the experts?
Yes.
Removing myself from that category. Okay. Any other questions? I think we got it. Any comment from the public? Anyone online? Mr. Wood, no one? All righty. Whoever feels like doing all this in one breath could propose a motion, if so inclined.
Mayor Davis, I move we adopt ordinance 22-11095 as drafted, amending Chapter 8, Article 3, Division 2, Section 8-172.1, Chart 1 of the Salina Municipal Code to allow Class A, B, and C general contractors to install swimming pools.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to adopt ordinance 22-11095. And ask for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And we will now move to 7.2.
Item 7.2, consider constitutional tax abatement for expansion of REPCO.
I'll volunteer to start and then make a handoff. Commissioners, you may be aware that we contract with Salina Community Economic Development Organization to be our front line of economic development in terms of responding to prospects and administering that process and making recommendations back to you as the governing body. Mitch Robinson is the executive director of that entity. I believe this is probably the first time that I know of where you've seen a blue sheet with the author being someone other than a city staff person. And I gave that a little bit of thought just as our conversations have evolved. And I think expectations have been communicated about the information that you want and Mitch's role as the executive director. And frankly, he's the one that drafted this report, and it just didn't feel right to me to cut and paste it in under my name in fairness to Mitch. And so my suggestion would be to give him the opportunity to present his report. Mr. White with REPCO will be next in line to kind of speak to the specifics of his project and any questions you might have. So
You were just really worried about the spelling mistakes, is that?
I tried to catch him as I looked at him, but
Thank you.
Thank you.
so I guess this is new information. If there's anybody in the audience that would like a copy, there's extras right here.
There was a typographical error aid in that. So as city manager said, I'm Mitch Robinson with the Salina Community Economic Development Organization. We're glad to be here with an exciting project, a homegrown project of a company that's been here in business for many, many years. And I'm not going to steal Mr. White's thunder talking about his company, but it is one that's been here in Salina for many years. They've employed people for, they're celebrating their 75th anniversary this year. But what we're talking about is we started off on approximately November 20th. We were contacted by local realtor Jeff Mays. I think Jeff was going to try and check in via Zoom, talk about this, his part of the project, but he invited myself and I invited my current chairman, Lloyd Davison, to come out and visit with Monty White and talk about their project. So during this discussion, we learned that they have had tremendous growth over the last several years, and they're at a point they have ran out of space in their building. So they're looking at adding an additional 36,000 square foot manufacturing warehouse building, and they're going to add an additional square footage of office space. And I'm going to let him touch on that because some of the numbers have changed a bit. So I'll let him talk about that. And then also they're going to be adding or remodeling their lab space, which is something that's very critical for their business and what they do. So when we were meeting with them, we realized there was an issue of time, so we came back to our board and called a meeting that was held on December 6th. And during that session, with our board of directors, with Mr. White, with Jason Creed, his finance director that's here with us, and then with Jeff Mays, we went over the entire project and learned more about their future, the future growth, future needs, and we made a couple options that we made some recommendations to the company. That would be the one that was eventually accepted. So 3 days later, the company contacted us and said, well, we're going to go with the first option, and that would be to take the recommendation of a 10-year abatement, 100% abatement on property taxes, and then they would provide 5 additional new positions for the company within a certain timeline that's been negotiated and worked out. 4 of those positions would be production jobs, and they're going to be coming in at salaries of $48,600, which works out to be $23.36 an hour, which is above the county median wage, which also puts it into the targeted premium and quality jobs level for the community that's been a target for many, many years. The 5th position is a laboratory position, which will come in at a $63,300 annual salary, which works out to be $30,043 per hour. So again, another above average wage for this position. So we have worked with, for those that are new, when we do industrial revenue bonds or any type of bonds, we have been working for several years with Wichita State University to do an economic impact analysis. So that should have been one of your items that was in your package, and the impact statement. And so we had, I'm not going to go through 21 pages of material there, but basically the items that came back from that study, the job numbers, construction job numbers are estimated to be 58 direct jobs. Total jobs, which would include the indirect jobs, which are the people that would be like driving the trucks to the construction site, delivering shingles, or they may be making parts for the windows that go into it. So this is the total overall impact this $6 million project would have. It's going to be around 126 positions. On the wages, the direct wages are estimated, again, this is coming from the computer program. This is based on $3 million. And then you take those total jobs, that number goes up to $5,720,100. So it gets to be a pretty sizable number. That's based on an earnings multiplier of 1.8161%, and then additional jobs multiplier of over 2. So again, those are positive numbers. A lot of it, I've had the director down at Wichita State go over that and explain it to me. So it is all green and positive. So again, going over the local incentives, we're looking at 10 years, 100% abatement was the recommendation. We also have had a couple changes, and Mike, we can get into this a little bit later because of some issues into the discussion when we were looking at industrial revenue bonds. There is another option, constitutional revenue bonds, or EDX. So after discussing some issues, working with the company, that was the second option that we went to because of some environmental issues on the property, because of concerns of the city taking over partial ownership, which is basically what you do in industrial revenue bonds. So we had to decide, no, we're not going to go that route. We're going to go the EDX, which doesn't require as much ownership, I'm using air quotes here, ownership of the property. So basically, and that was, Mike was able to use the city's environmental attorney to go through that process, and won't be a concern, shouldn't be a major concern for the company. And then going down the rest of the local incentives, the city did not provide any other street fund assistance. The CDIP, which is the sales tax money the community has, again, nothing out of that pot was used on the project. The city impact, where the benefits were changed, this is where the typo was, should have been $477,480 rather than the $4 million that was in there before. City cost, you're looking at $412,000. Again, the benefit cost ratio, which is really the main reason we do these studies, is to see where we want to get at least a 1.0 ratio. As you can see, the city's number came in at 116, the county at 104, the state 2.20, and then the school district came in at 1.45. So this is basically the numbers that are a result of going in and doing these impact studies. So it's not real exciting, but it is something that we feel like it's important. The city has required it, and we want to continue, obviously, to meet the needs of doing these industrial revenue bonds where people can look at them and see, what the impact of these projects are. Anything else
Just
at this point?
a little bit of process overview. We have a policy that we adopted by resolution back in 1991, and it's attached as well. It kind of, well, it does spell out, based on investment, based on jobs, there's a formula to calculate eligibility for percentage of property tax abatement. It takes a year 1 through 5 approach, and then a year 6 through 10 approach. And then it also has a premium if a prospect is located in a designated special redevelopment area, which this one is, being located off of North Street. And so there's a way to run a calculation based on the provisions of that policy, and there's 2 calculations included in your packet, one for a $6 million project, one for a $7 million project. So we have that policy in place. The EDO is your recommending body, much like the Park Board, the Planning Commission, pick whatever other board or commission you might want to think of, to kind of vet all these things and make a recommendation to you. But ultimately, as the governing body, the decision-making authority rests with you. And so what I would tell you about that 1991 policy is it does include a provision in it that gives you you being the governing body, broad discretion to either do nothing at all or do something that may deviate from the specifics of that resolution. So, the EDO deliberated. Their recommendation is, as Mitch described, 100% property tax abatement for 10 years, provided that there's not only the capital investment, but the creation of 5 jobs. That does deviate a little bit from the 1991 policy. It grants a little bit more of a property tax abatement than a strict calculation might. And I'd be happy to walk you through those numbers or speak to those specifics a little bit more. And then if need be, as Mitch described IRBs and property ownership, I don't want to bog down in that too much, but the original format to become eligible for the property tax abatement was to get the city's name on that title such that it was public property and could be exempt from property tax. It's kind of evolved over the years to streamline it a little bit, but it still the industrial revenue bond process still leaves the city with what's called a leasehold interest. And so our question was, what's that really mean in terms of our exposure responsibility for any type of environmental issues? The answer was pretty minimal, but not zero. So we had a conversation about, well, is there an alternative approach in terms of things we could be doing in the way of structuring the IRB, or is there an alternate approach altogether? That's when the constitutional tax abatement process came into the conversation. It is targeted solely at property taxes. The REPCO's indicated, a desire and need for property tax and sales tax abatement. Mitch was able to work through other programs at the state level and confirm that they could secure a sales tax exemption separate from the city process. When you put those two together, it kind of got them back to where they wanted to be, and it avoided the need for us to have a leasehold interest in the property. So that's a lot of detail there, but if you have questions, I'd be happy to try to answer those in even more detail. So
1991 was a long time ago. And you say we can go either way with that policy. So what have we done in the track record? Have we generally followed that? And then they're recommending more than the policy allows? Is that going to be the general way things go in the future? And is your recommendation in line with what other communities are doing?
It's a very good question, Commissioner, because we have been looking at what other communities are doing. The city manager called a meeting together of his staff. I was invited in, and I think that was the only
bond council, I think, was in that conversation too.
Yes, she was involved, and we're starting to look at that very issue of trying to update this policy the city currently has. Looking over those the two that seem to be maybe the most of interest, that could be I won't say a sizable, but a very good positive update is from Bonner Springs and Lawrence, were the two that seem to be a little bit more that have been recently updated. Also, Wichita has updated theirs in 2017. And it kind of comes back to what the mayor at a couple meetings ago, when we talked about industrial revenue bonds on another project, was trying to come up with more of a streamlined structure to review those. And that's what we're working on. And we're hoping to have our next meeting here in the next few weeks to bring something back here very soon to the commissioners.
I'm glad Commissioner Ryan brought that up, because I wrote a little note in here the other night, and I said, if you keep breaking the policy, there's something wrong with the policy. And I don't know if it's been a while in my recollection that we just followed the policy. This is the rule. That's it. Take it or leave it. You don't have to be that rigid, but it seems like it's been a real long time. And perhaps in a study session or somewhere, we really need to look at this, because if we're breaking the rules for everybody, we're setting dangerous precedents, and it doesn't look like we're operating from a position of knowing what we can afford to offer and what we should offer to the next person in line.
Well, there'd be no one else be in more agreement than that, being able to have something that we know is rock solid and you guys are in support of and we're comfortable with on every project. So that's what we're wanting to head toward.
I think we're all kind of, at least, I'm right there with Commissioner Ryan and Davis. I had written down that I can't believe we hadn't said something before, but a resolution from 91. I mean, if you look at the landscaping of business expansion development, you look at the numbers that we're quoting for new capital investment and stuff, I mean, this is, really outdated. I mean, things have changed from what you used to have to do to get or retain jobs and businesses in 91 than the way it is in 2022. So whether city staff or along with EDO comes up with some kind of a updated resolution, I think we definitely need to address that. So.
And I do want to acknowledge, it's been in the conversation for a while. It's been an identified goal for staff to tackle this. We've been working on it kind of behind the scenes, but it hasn't risen to the level of bringing something back to you. I think and the other thing, we haven't done a lot of IRBs until economic development interest really picked up with the Schwann's and Kubota project, and that kind of raised the profile of industrial revenue bonds and other, prospects reaching out and asking about it. So between the EDO and staff and bond council, we're getting that inventory together. We're not doing this in a vacuum, or it is in competition with other communities. And so one of the questions, no need to reinvent the wheel in terms of format necessarily if there's a good example out there, but we're then also trying to look at, what are our peer communities doing so that we don't create a policy that we quickly hear is out of sync with the rest of the state and puts us at a competitive disadvantage.
One other question. On option B, isn't that just totally in the face of our policy? Because all of ours have some clawback provision, or they're tied to jobs, or have we had exceptions to where there was no tie-in with new jobs being created in the clawback?
Well, the 91 policy has a base capital investment, and then it also factors in number of jobs. So it has one job as a base, and then if there's two, the formula changes. If there's three and above, the formula changes. So that option, I guess, B is more a conversation that the EDO board had with REPCO than it was picking out something that's in our existing policy. So it was kind of a negotiated approach on the part of the EDO.
All right. And never like to air dirty laundry. It's not necessarily dirty laundry, but as you're making offerings to, not necessarily this proposal, is our policy necessarily where you start from, or is there a wide latitude of deviation from that before it gets to, because when it gets to us, we know you've already done negotiating, you've come up with all this paper, we're going to come in here and say something at the last minute. There has to be a real good reason for us to do that.
Right.
And
this was a little unusual, the circumstances, but working with the company, we wanted to get a deal that they were agreeable with and that they could feel comfortable with making a commitment to the community. When this company and all the companies we deal with, we want them to be physically conservative but realistic in any estimates that they would provide us with job numbers. I mean, there are projects that I hear about that people have some astronomically high number. Those scare me when I hear that, because oftentimes those companies can't meet those terms. This company is one that was ultra conservative in terms of what they felt comfortable with, and Monty will talk about that and answer you on that issue, I'm sure.
And I don't know whether this would be more appropriate for you or Mr. White. On the bottom of page 3 in the blue sheet, reads, the company has since agreed to reach the agreed upon new jobs count within 12 months of completion of the building expansion, whereas Option A is 5 jobs by year 5. I'm assuming the expansion would be complete before year 4.
Yes.
Is there a reason why this
Okay.
changed from, even if the expansion took a year, year and a half, 5 jobs within 30 months as opposed to
Yeah,
60 months?
that was a negotiation point, because of, again, going back to their concern on being able to meet, the requirements. And the city manager and Mr. White and Jeff Mays had a conference call last Tuesday and went through that process. So I'll let Monty touch on that.
Yeah, and I'll offer a little bit there. I mean, I think, they indicated intent, but in this market, a little bit of concern about how quickly they could fill those positions. But we did have a conversation about trying to accelerate that faster than the 5 years that was initially discussed. So, knowing that the facility had to get built so they could put people in the facility, we kind of came to a more aggressive timeline of 12 months after completion of the project.
Thank you. Any other questions, concerns? Commissioner Longbottom?
Yeah, I do have a concern with the 5 jobs in the 5-year period. I would think you'd want to fill those jobs right away if you got the investment in the property. I don't know how you're going to utilize it without people. And the wages you quoted, is that starting wages or is that topped out?
Is that starting?
Starting.
That's a starting wage?
Starting. If I don't have any more questions for me, I'd like to hand the ball over to Monty White, the president of the company, and third generation, I think, family. So he can tell you everything you wanted to know and then some.
All right. Mr. White, welcome.
Thank you.
Hi there.
Thank you guys for your consideration today. I was asked to, from many of you don't know what REPCO does.
Right.
Most people don't know that we're here and have been here for so long. But we're a family company, and we deal mostly and exclusively in food and food nutrition. And I'll go through that really quick. I know we're running late on time today, but next slide, please. So real quick, McShares is the parent company, and we have many operating divisions, of which REPCO is one. Again, we're 75 years old. Most of our existence has been here in Salina. We've got another company in Manhattan, Kansas. It's called Ingrain. We also provide and have divisions for milling, baking, and nutritional products. We sell to 40-plus countries around the world. We have our location here in Salina, as well as a fabrication shop here in Salina. We've got 2 locations in Manhattan, Kansas, which is where Ingrain is. We have an R&D lab over there as well. We have an additional production facility in Wamego, Kansas. We also have offices and locations in California, Illinois, Decatur, and on the East Coast. In addition to some of our international locations, which are in Colombia and Kenya and the Philippines. So truly, we sell all around the world and support that. Next slide. We start all of our meetings in our house with our core values because they're very important. It's how we operate our business every day. If you follow the core values, what I tell our folks is that'll help you make your decision. And when we talk about safety, it's not just worker safety, which is very important. It's top of our list, but also because we're a food company, it's food safety as well. So the others speak for themselves. Most of you are familiar with that. All right, next, what do we do? It's hard to explain, and people don't realize that coming out of this Salina that we touch so many lives every day. Pretty much in every given day, each individual of this country probably eats something that's made here in Salina that's done by us. Vitamins, are an important nutrition. When you look at a label and you look at your food, it says enriched. And if you see anything on your food that says riboflavin, niacin, thiamine, folic acid, you've probably heard of these vitamins, vitamin B1, B2, B3, B9, B6. We put all these vitamins together in a ratio that then the food companies put into their food to meet their label claim. It's very concentrated vitamins and very specific. Oh, by the way, they're powders, powder form. Okay? Next slide, please. I bring up sourcing because, again, truly, Salina, middle of America, we bring stuff in from all over the world. The vitamins and the minerals. We do enzymes. They come from all over the world. We source as much as we can through our sources in the U.S., but some things we have to get overseas. Next slide. Our manufacturing. Again, we have a blending operation in this town that is very specialized, and when you blend materials together, the whole idea is that they don't come unmixed. We specialize in making sure they don't come unmixed, and that's part of our expertise. I bring up our laboratory and our regulatory compliance because, again, that's one of the jobs that we're talking about in this proposal. Everything that comes into our site is assayed. We do wet chemistry on it. Everything that we do in our plant, we assay before we approve it to be shipped. And then a lot of times we also will test food that people will send in to us to make sure it meets claim that they're trying to do. So those are all things that we can do here in Salina. One of the things I'll point out, our lab is ISO 17025 certified, which is a really hard qualification to get for a laboratory. Additionally, when we had our production and our expansion that we had in 2007, we had a plant fire. One of the things that I thought was really unique, again, to Salina, and one of the reasons why this town is so important to us, we rebuilt our plant with all local folks. So when you think of local businesses here that speak to us or are symbiotic to us, Salina Vortex, CASA, the bulk powders facility, Coperion. Those are just to name a few that we worked with on doing this. CASA Fab and CASA Controls did all of our controls for our automation of the plant. Vortex, of course, did new valves. Our powders are very, very unique. They run like water. Vortex was able to develop a new valve that would keep that from happening. So a lot of cooperation locally here. All right. Yep, next slide. Okay, this basically is just a chain of, we try to deliver excellence to our customers every day, every day, every day. We cannot let our customers run out. Most of these are big flour milling companies, which, again, central to Salina. You can't stop a flour mill. They've got to run all the time. So our supply chain, our importance to deliver every day is important, and we talk a lot about that. So this is just a picture of some of the foods and things that we go into. All the bakery products, cereals, breads, pastas, rice products. Next slide. Many of you have had vitamin water, vitamin drinks. We go into those. Power bars, that kind of thing. All in all, we estimated somewhere last year we were in over 50 billion pounds of food worldwide. So these are going to be some mechanical looking pictures. I'll tell you about that. Next slide is, yep. So we also give our build and manufacture here in Salina ways for our customers to feed our powders on accurately and repeatably. This is an example of one of our feeding systems that's in a flour mill. Next slide. We also do chlorine gas. We don't make the chlorine. We don't sell the chlorine, we make the dispenser so that they can meter it into the flower to help with that. Again, both of those are services we provide for our customers. So we have a full service crew that goes out all over the country and services these equipment. So Mitch went over it. Next slide. Why are we here today? Those are more feeders. Keep going. One more. He said we're out of space. We're out of lab space. We're out of warehouse space. We're out of office space. We're looking to grow. We're looking to, I guess, take some, businesses always have a challenge. Cart, horse, cart. We're doing a little bit of cart and then maybe the horse because we don't have all the business yet to fill up what we're trying to build. But when you build it, you should always build plenty for growth. So we're going to hopefully over the next few years, again, get more business, and especially the nutritional. That's one of the fastest growing segments. That's the vitamin waters, the insured drinks, those kinds of things. And so how do we do that? Next slide. We need to remodel the lab. We need to be able to handle all of the assays that we're going to be doing for our customers. We need more warehouse space. We've got 4 warehouses right now across the country that we're keeping stuff in. It'd be better if we could control that a little bit better. And office space. And here is our 2 buildings, and I'm going to just go over quickly the concept of what we're talking about. The green space between that you can see, this is from North Street. We would take and build this warehouse right in the middle. Here, next slide. That's a visual concept of how we would connect the 2 buildings. And that's just, again, an overhead of that new space. And that's it. If I can answer any questions, I'd be happy to. A lot to take in real quick.
I was going to ask you about the chlorine in the bakery, but you can just tell me that later. But no, I'm quite impressed in the quite word, but I didn't know all this was going on here, to be honest with you.
Well, we've flown on the radar for purpose. We don't need to have a lot of people coming there because, again, we're sensitive to food safety and the fact that we touch so many mouths over this country every day.
Any questions?
Do you want to speak to the hiring timeline, please?
Yeah, so, we had a lot of different discussion around that. Obviously, we want to hire as many people as we can. Right now, it's tough, if you haven't been told that before. In fact, we thought we'd already be through with this process, but, we had some postponements. We've put a sign out on I-70 2 weeks ago or a week ago, already saying we're hiring. So, we're trying our best to bring this forward. You ask, how do we do this without people? Well, we have a lot of people right now. We have a lot of jobs that we're keeping in Salina right now. We hope to, as the business grows, bring those lines of production folks on because it means we've outgrown our current production facility. Production facility can handle more volume than what our space can right now for warehousing. So that's why it's so needed to put the warehousing in. But as long as we can find the right folks, we think we can meet the timeline.
Are the positions that were mentioned here, are these college degree positions usually? I guess the laboratory probably.
The laboratory one typically is, yes. The production ones don't necessarily have to be.
Okay. Hope someone out there at one of the K-State universities is listening. There's a job here in town. All right.
There's a lot of jobs.
A lot of jobs.
We're competing with those folks.
Right.
So,
all right,
Commissioners, the item before you today is not approval, yes, no, of the request or the recommendation. This has as much process as a lot of other decisions that you end up having to make. And so if it's something that you want to entertain, then the way we've structured the recommendation is that you would authorize staff to proceed with notice of a public hearing and a resolution to take future public action. We'll coordinate with bond counsel to meet the publication deadlines and timeframes and get it calendared for a public hearing before you. And you certainly, I'm not saying you should be dismissive now of the request and just deal with it later, but I guess my point is today's action is that first step, and you'd have the opportunity to ask additional questions, get additional information, and make a final decision when we get it scheduled for that public hearing.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments from the public? Right, I'll bring this issue back to the commission, and we are considering asking staff to proceed with notice for public hearing and resolution.
Mayor, I move that we instruct staff to move forward with the next steps on this matter and set a date for a public hearing on February 7th, 2022.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to direct staff to proceed with the notice for public hearing and resolution to take future public action on this matter. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And it'll be a self-serving remark, but I guess for any other business or organization bringing similar matters to us in the future, I think you just saw a good example of a great presentation. Thank you. We are close. Is there any other business before we get to the listed other business? Comments, concerns? Nope. This Commissioner,
Mayor, I would hope that we can allow a 5-minute break in there between our executive session.
that will be granted. Commissioner Longbaum, you've been indoctrinated into the duties of that chair.
I second that.
Okay. Historically, the honor of reading the request for executive session falls upon the seat that you're sitting in.
Okay.
Historically, I get asked, did you ask how much time?
Right.
Yes, on this one, it'd be 30 minutes.
All right.
6:40.
With 5-minute break.
Mayor, I move after a 5-minute break, City Commission recess into executive session for 30 minutes for preliminary discussions regarding the potential acquisition of specific real estate, the identification of which would be contrary to public interest, based upon the need for preliminary discussion of the acquisition of real property pursuant to KSA 75-4319B6. The open meeting will resume in this room at 6:45.
Second.
We moved and seconded to recess into executive session for discussion regarding real estate. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
We will take 5 minutes.
And do we expect any action afterwards, I guess?
As the agenda indicates, it is possible. I don't know how likely, but it is possible.
Yeah. Yeah, he stays fit, man.
Right, call the meeting back into regular session, and we have no action to take following the executive session, so entertain a move.
So move.
To adjourn, thank you. Was there a second on that?
I'll second that.
All right, moved and seconded to adjourn, all in favor?
Aye.
Good night, we'll see you not next Monday, but February the 7th, I'm guessing that is?
Correct.
All right. All right.